Welcome, everybody. Good to see some real faces around the room again. This is really terrific, and hopefully it'll stay this way for a while. I think it might be a while before we actually get back to our council chambers, so we should make ourselves comfortable here. We'll start with the roll call. District 1. District 2. District 3 is myself, Alan Parrish. District 4. District 5. District 6.
Alec Morrison.
District 7.
Dave Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10. And District 11.
Diane LeBlanc.
Thank you. David, does this magnify my voice or just pick it up?
Just picks it up.
Just picks it up, and you're getting it okay. And with respect to the other microphones, they just pick up, do they? They don't make things louder.
We don't have any amplification in here.
So I'm going to make a confession to everybody in the room that I went to see somebody about getting hearing aids the other day, and we're all getting a little older. So I would ask everybody to speak up, and if I ask people to speak up, if they could, it's not necessarily you, it could be me, and it'll probably also help the others in the room. So I'll make that disclaimer at the beginning.
It may also be me, because there's fans.
True.
Next is the approval of the agenda. I spoke to Mr. Dick yesterday, and we're going to remove the Harmony Park concept, and we'll deal with that at a later date. Yeah.
When something like that is put into our package, there's no name. Who came up with the idea? There's no name on who presented it, who did it.
You're right. There should have been. I completely agree with you. In any event, it's coming out, and when it comes back, it will come back in proper form. Any other amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask.
Perhaps I should add this, and maybe it's included elsewhere in the agenda, but with our parks and I guess our sports facilities, just regarding the washroom facilities that I guess don't exist at those now. In previous years, perhaps not last year, but there was always porta potties and so on and so forth at those locations. And it's been brought to my attention several times that if we're going to operate these facilities, we should have a necessary.
That issue will. Let me suggest that you ask the staff that very question when the community services report comes before council.
Okay.
And I have had discussions with Mr. Dick about that very recently, and he can report on that. Okay. But don't forget to ask in case he forgets. Anything else? Any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote approving the agenda. Would someone move it? Deputy Warden moves, seconded by Councillor Longmire. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next are the minutes from the Committee of the Whole meeting on June the 8th. They've been circulated. They're in your package. Would anyone like to move the approval of the minutes? The Deputy Warden moves, seconded by Councillor Barteau. Discussion on the minutes. Well, they were fairly lengthy, and I guess the clerk did a very good job. I don't see any hands up. So I'll call for a vote on the motion to approve the minutes as circulated. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. There's no business arising from the minutes. The next new business, under new business, meetings in August. Now, I haven't been around here in August before, as with a number of other councilors. I am informed that sometimes we don't have a committee of the whole meeting, but we do have a council meeting. Those of you that have been around here longer than I have, is that
Yes, it is.
practice?
It's not
Councilor
sometimes. It is the practice.
It's the practice
Yeah.
not to have a committee of the whole meeting. The CAO says it's been like that for 25 years. Well, far be it from me to change anything like that.
I mean, it was all committee meetings, so it was not just committee of the whole, it was other committee meetings as well. We only had council. Unless it was an emergency.
I agree. I concur.
I don't think anybody's going to be brave enough then to say that we should have a committee of the whole meeting, and I take it. Deputy Warden?
I was brave enough last year, but we were shut down because of last year with all the COVID. We missed what we didn't meet, period. And then August came, and I suggested that we forego not meeting in August, but I was told that a lot of vacations are centered around that time as well. So that's why it was a practice.
But we do have a council meeting, is that the practice? So
Yes.
things come up before council in the usual routine, we just haven't had the opportunity to kind of hash it out previously in a committee of the whole meeting. Councilor LeBlanc, did you want to say something?
Well, that is the process that we have, and it's also the same that goes out through all of the municipalities around us as well. And the vacation time is usually for our staff, so it's always better if we have less meetings. However, if there's an emergency, we do meet.
So the idea is we could have an emergency meeting if
Yeah.
something comes up.
Yeah.
Would someone like to put a motion on the floor that we not have a committee of the whole meeting in August?
Sure.
Councilor Hudson moves, Councilor LeBlanc seconds. Councilor Morrison? Sorry. As opposed to all committee meetings, is that what you're suggesting?
Both. It's
Sure.
both.
I don't, all other committee meetings are called ad hoc, right? They're not regularly scheduled meetings, are they? So I would assume they just don't get called.
If there's nothing that says they can't have a meeting, then they'll come.
Councilor Morrison, I think you wanted to say something.
It's exactly the point raised by the clerk. And in order not to get too tied up, perhaps we just ought to have a motion that says we continue our practice.
Continue our practice. So I guess there's a motion that we not have committee of the whole. Would someone like to add an amendment or other committees? Councilor Morrison moves the amendment, seconded by Councilor Longmire. Discussion on the amendment? Councilor Hudson?
Yes, in respect to other committees, it just occurs to me that, the planning advisory committees, in terms of zoning, so on and so forth, should those not go forward? I mean, a lot of those situations, we've held them off for quite a while already, in having their meetings to address their applications. And so if you include all committees, you're going to hold them off for another period of time.
Councilor Hudson, I agree with you. When we get to a portion of the meeting today with respect to some planning matters, we are having a Bridgewater Advisory Planning Committee meeting this Wednesday. And I know that people in the planning process are often quite anxious to have their application move ahead. So I agree with you, and I'll vote against the amendment. That still would leave it to any committee to call a meeting if they wanted to. And I do think that planning issues sometimes shouldn't be delayed just because we say it's August. Any other discussion on the motion? Or, sorry, the amendment? we'll call for a vote on the amendment. The amendment is that there not be any other committee meetings in August this year. All those, sorry, Councillor Morrison?
We are sitting here trying to create a motion out of thin air. The motion in previous years has, if I can remember, has always permitted committee meetings that are essential or some such wording. And I'm wondering if we might be able to find the motion that we've used in previous years.
Well, the motion on the floor is that committees other than committee of the whole not hold meetings in August. There's the amendment on the floor. Councillor Prout?
Thank you. Well, we've already said if there were emergency meetings or meetings that were timely and of the essence, that we would do that. And I hate to get into amending amendments, but I just think could we not just say committee meetings, First Amendment, with the understanding that if there were something of a very timely nature or an emergency, committee meeting could be held. I'm thinking specifically of the one that Councillor Hudson's from. I don't know. If that's in order, I would make that amendment.
Amendment to the amendment?
I'm going to withdraw my amendment. This
Okay.
conversation is nonsensical.
So, Councillor Prout has the floor, and he's suggesting an amendment to the amendment so that committees, generally as I understand it, the amendment on the floor is that other committees not have meetings in August. Councillor Prout would add the words unless important, unless timely, unless
Unless the timely nature.
unless of a timely nature.
I'm withdrawing my amendment.
Sure. I don't think, Councillor Morrison, I didn't actually take yours as an amendment. I took it more as a discussion. So
Okay, thank you.
So can we have an amendment to an amendment? Okay, so the amendment,
So
is there a
wait,
seconder?
what would it,
Can I get you to where you're at?
yes,
Yeah, where we are is that there is a motion on the floor not to have a committee of the whole meeting in August. There's amendment on the floor to say, as well as no other committee meetings in August. And there's an amendment to that amendment, say, unless of a timely nature. So right now we're dealing with a motion that has not yet been seconded for an amendment to the amendment unless of a timely nature. Would someone like to second that amendment to the amendment?
Oh,
Deputy Warden seconds it. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment and says unless it's of a timely nature? Councillor Barteau.
I don't think it's necessarily perfect. I was just trying to think back, and I don't think it's a package. Maybe it is. I'm just quick minded. But I think this accessibility committee had preset dates through the whole year, and I'm not sure if that included August or not. But that would have to see.
Well, I think that would fall under the amendment to the amendment that it was of a timely
that would fit
nature.
into that category. I just want to make sure. I
Yeah.
see one is shaking her head, but yes, there is one August. So.
Councillor Longmire, did you want to say something?
Yes, thanks. So I'm just a bit confused. Is not the original policy or the practice to include any urgent or special meetings can be called? So I'm just wondering why the amendment to begin with.
could we have
I have to
Carolyn read
confess,
it?
I don't know what the past practice was. I haven't been involved before.
Could we have Carolyn read what we
Councillor
have?
LeBlanc?
Could we have Carolyn read what we have as a motion to the, and with the amendment and the other amendment before we go any further?
Sure.
It was moved by Councillor Hudson. Can everyone hear me?
No.
It was moved by Councillor Hudson, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that there be no committee of the whole meeting in August. Councillor Morrison moved, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to amend the motion to add and other committees. Councillor Prout moved, seconded by Deputy Warden Dunn, to amend the amendment
I have already twice tried to withdraw my amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I took it that you were referring to the second time you spoke. I didn't realize you were withdrawing your amendment. Oh, goodness.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I may, perhaps we could go to a comment Councilor Morris made earlier. Is there anything on record as to what we said before, like in years past? If that comes up, I'll withdraw. I would get really complicated.
The second amendment.
I think if we could just say, could we not just say, follow previous practice?
Do we not?
The clerk.
If you say that, then I can come back and tell you what that was. I can't on the spot, because I have to connect to her and that.
Second, we would have to withdraw as well.
Personally, I think we would get to where we're going if we pass the amendment to the amendment, and the motion. to be honest with you.
Whatever works.
I think, when I read the room, I think that's where people want to be. So I think if everybody's okay, I'll call for a motion, a vote on the amendment to the amendment, which is unless of a timely nature.
Who was the
Can we
second?
do that? And then we'll go to the amendment, which is other council meetings, and then we'll go to the motion. Can I, Councilor
I agree, except who was the seconder for the second amendment?
the deputy warden.
Okay, good.
So the vote on the amendment to the amendment, which again is unless of a timely nature. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now on the amendment as amended, the motion was to read no committee of the whole meeting in August, as well as other committee. The amendment is as well as other committee meetings, unless of a timely nature.
On a point of order,
Yes?
I have tried 3 times to withdraw my amendment, and I have not been recognized.
Okay, you want to withdraw the amendment?
I want to withdraw my amendment.
Okay, is there, who's the seconder for the motion? Councillor Longmire. Do you agree about withdrawing the amendment?
Yes.
Perfect.
Do we have to vote on the withdrawal
You
of
gotta
the
start
amendment?
all over again.
No, we
Sorry?
have to restart.
You gotta throw it all in and start again.
Yep, perfect.
Because you've already
was no committee of the whole,
Okay.
and no other committees unless it's necessary to have it.
Do not have an amendment.
Okay, so the motion on
There will be no committee of the
the
whole.
motion on the floor is simply not to have a committee of the whole meeting in August.
That's your motion.
Any discussion?
I would second that.
It's been seconded.
There's been a motion there, that's the motion on the floor.
It's already done.
Any discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. And if some committee wants to have a meeting, then they can make that decision, I guess.
Correct.
Okay? Thank you.
So staff will have to be erected in case that.
Next is the Fédération des Associations des Familles Acadiennes request letter of support. Now, you will recall that this matter came before council a few months ago. Mr. Robert Surette of Belle Isle is the local contact for the organization, and the project is described very briefly in the application that's in your package, and it's described as the engagement of architectural and engineering consultants to develop plans and specifications for the renovation of a building at the Fort Anne National Historic Site that will house a future center for Acadian families. And that came before council in more detail a couple of months ago. And I did, when I saw the application here in the package, I called Mr. Surette on the weekend, and I wanted to have confirmation from him that he had approval from Parks Canada, because this will be on Parks Canada land. And you and the public should know that there won't be any new buildings, there won't be a increase in the footprint of the existing building. It's an addition to an existing building without increasing the footprint on the ground. So Mr. Surratt did send me a number of approvals that he had. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to look at them, but he did tell me verbally that he had approval from Parks Canada to go ahead. So, is there a motion? There's not a draft motion here. I'm looking for it.
Oh, I have one that I can read.
Oh, go ahead and read it, yeah.
To recommend that municipal council provide a letter of awareness to the Federation de Associación de Family Incorporated for their funding application to Cotw to engage architectural and engineering consultants to develop plans and specifications for the renovation of a building at the Fort Anne National Historic Site where they hope to house a center for Acadian families.
Is there a mover? Deputy Warden moves. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bartow. Discussion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Just so I have this straight in my mind. So this group will rebuild the facility at Fort Anne, and then Parks Canada will run it afterwards? We'll own it and run it? Is that the idea?
I personally don't know the answer to that. Councillor Bartow?
It's still Parks Canada land. We would get approval to rebuild that existing main building. I think the amendment would be going upstairs so we would have a display area or this way I see it presented. So Parks Canada, whether they run it or not, they would still own it. It's on their property. Running it, that's a good question. I don't think I've heard any discussions on that. Whether the association would take on that responsibility. I'm assuming instead of just adding to Parks Canada, the other Parks Canada. So, did I answer the question? Did I just talk in circles?
No, that's kind of gist of what it really hasn't been finalized, but that's exactly what's going to run.
Kind of work in progress.
Yep. I'm on board.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I'm disappointed and frankly ashamed that we are not willing to support in either a material or non-material way this project. That we are simply saying that we are aware that you're doing it. Given the history of this area, I would like to think that we should do more than simply send a letter saying we are aware. Thank you.
No, it's a letter of support that we support the project.
No, excuse me, it is not. We are sending a letter saying we are aware.
Well, maybe I missed the motion.
I did, in the motion, I did say awareness. When these applications come in, I go to the site that they're applying for funding from. Some sites say it would be helpful with your application to have a letter of awareness from your local municipality. Some sites say you should provide a letter of support. The COA funding program that he's applying to, he's applying to get architectural support and engineering. So this is very initial. All your policy states is that if he's not asking you for money,
Yes, thank you.
Would someone like to second that amendment? Councillor Bartel seconds. Discussion on whether it should read awareness or support. Councillor Bartel.
Just want to make one comment to clarify. It was requested of us for a letter of this sort, and they said that they were not asking the county for any financial intervention at this time. They didn't say at this time, they said that they weren't looking for any money from the county. So for us to offer something that they're not asking for, I'm not sure that would be what we recommend. Our taxpayers, it is in the new development happens for a lot in Adams County. So at a future date, if it involves, I can see, readjust that.
Yeah, Mr. Surratt made it clear to me on the phone that they're not looking for any money from us, at least at this point in time. If they get the ACOA grant, they might come back at some point and look for some financing. Any other discussion as to whether the word should be support or awareness? You've heard the clerk explain why she used the word awareness. Councilor LeBlanc?
I have to tend to agree with the fact of what our clerk has said, and they haven't asked us yet for support, but I'm sure maybe down the line they will, and so at this time I see it as a gesture to help them out maybe with the COA. However, our support will probably be needed down the line, so changing it to, what did we have before, if I may ask the clerk? Awareness would probably be right compared to what she said, what you discussed with Monsieur Surratt. I would suggest that we go with that. I don't think that I hope that they realize that they do have our support.
Any other discussion with respect to whether it should be support or awareness? If not, I'll call for a vote. The amendment is to change... Oh, sorry, Councillor Redden.
Yeah, I think I'm more inclined towards awareness if we want to send, especially because that letter will be being attached to the ACOA application. But if we were to send a second letter to the organization specifically, Voice and County Heritage Project, that would be maybe more appropriate to do for organizations who are showing further support for the organization.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote on the amendment to change the word awareness to support. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is defeated. The amendment. All those, any other discussion on the motion for the letter of awareness? If not, I'll call for the vote. It's essentially that the council is authorized to send a letter of awareness to accompany this application to ACOA. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Je suis désolé.
One nay.
The contract.
Thank you. Motion's carried. Next is the recommendation report regarding the West Paradise Community Hall application for heritage designation. There's a recommendation set out at page 19 of 103.
The recommendation?
Deputy Warden, do you want to read the recommendation?
The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommends the Municipal Council to refer the West Paradise Community Hall Heritage Property application to the Heritage Advisory Committee for review, recommendation, or inclusion in the Registry of Heritage Properties.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hudson. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is a recommendation report regarding the Bridgetown Elementary School redevelopment, possible compatible neighborhood land uses. Now, I discussed this with the CAO yesterday in some detail, and I will say that Mr. Studevant, who lives nearby and was a former planner, took Councillor Hudson, Mr. Dick and myself out, gave us a tour of the area. This particular report from staff is for the purpose of discussing and getting a feel for council as to what they want to do with that property. The recommendation, which is there, is that we don't take any action at the moment. We don't rezone it ourselves at the moment. Until the motion before you is that there be no rezoning action until such time as our real estate agent or a developer brings a proposal forward for consideration. There is in the report a discussion about possible, this is on page 23, it could be residential uses, it could be institutional uses, it could be open spaces uses, it could be commercial uses. So that's the purpose of the discussion. If there's a sense of council to move to one of those uses at this time, as opposed to waiting. So Deputy Warden, would you like to put the motion on the floor? Sure. Then we'll have a discussion.
Recommendation is, it is recommended that no rezoning action be taken until such time our real estate agent or developer brings forward a proposal forward for consideration.
And that would be recommended to council. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Prout? Discussion? Councillor Cotw?
I did have some phone calls on it. There are people interested in looking at a building for residential uses.
For what point?
For residential uses. And I don't know.
You mean the property or the building?
The building and the property.
You mean somebody would live in the building?
No, change it into housing or
Okay.
something.
So the building would be demolished?
No, it would be condos, same as an office.
Oh, so people would live in the building, that's
Yeah.
what, yeah.
But there are people that are interested because we've had phone calls on it, so they want to know who to get a hold of, and so I'm going to order CAO and contact them. I know that there are individuals interested in that property.
Okay, other discussions on the uses, Deputy Warden?
Thank you. And I'm all in for this. It was such a good report. The only thing is to read it and really understand it. I had to put Albert's voice and delivery in the back of my head and read it that way to really understand it, but really good. And what I came through is it could be rezoned, this property. Rezoned through a development agreement. Am I getting that through you, Warden?
We could probably do a development agreement, I think, Mr. Dunphy, we could do a development agreement if we wanted to.
You can, but it requires amendments to the municipal plan and land use bylaw because there's no requirement to develop it by development agreement, but that is certainly one of the recommended options that we look at.
I think that just to some degree of this recommendation to the council, we could make the decision, for example, soon, that we want it to be residential, and right now it's zoned institutional, if I'm correct. So we could go ahead and rezone it residential, and then put it on the market. Or, what the recommendation is, don't do anything until we see what kind of interest there is, and then decide what we want to do. Is that fair to say? Councillor Bartow?
Probably we should look at the big picture before we make any steps in any direction on that, because rezoning residential, probably we're going to pigeonhole ourselves into where the size of that building, the number of condos that would be in there probably wouldn't fit into the residential zoning. I'm not sure I'd have that refer to Mr. Dunphy again on that one. But I just wouldn't want to start making decisions that's going to keep dragging us around in a circle.
Councillor Prout?
Thank you. I too want to thank Mr. Dunphy.
Can you speak up so they can hear you at the back of the room?
I really appreciated the report that Mr. Dunphy put together for us, and I would be voting for this motion, or this recommendation rather, because I think that it would perhaps be a mistake to put ourselves in a box and say, okay, it'll be zoned this way, we'll change it to that, whatever. I think until we know, and Councilor Cotw said there is interest out there, or there appears to be, not limit ourselves to what our options may be. That's my view.
Thank you. And just a follow-up there. And it'd be through you, Warden, to, I guess, Mr. Dumpy. Could a housing co-op buy that place, have one owner, and then sort of make it into places, rather than having a bunch of owners, or one owner / cooperative?
Yeah, I would think that's theoretically possible.
That would be more possible. Thank you. That's all I'm looking at.
So, I'll take a turn. I have a history of working in favor of neighborhoods in different places that I've lived, Lunenburg and Halifax, and here in Annapolis County. And I'm very big on neighborhoods. And to me, my bias today, I haven't made up my mind, of course, is that I'd like to see that turned into either single-family dwellings or row houses or something that's compatible with the neighborhood there, because there is a neighborhood there. And I'm not just thinking, see, there's a number of things to consider. There's the money for the county. My understanding today is that if we demolish the building and then sell the lots, if we're lucky enough to sell all the lots, it's a wash. We don't make any money, other than we have a tax base for single-family houses there. Right now we don't have any. The idea of turning that building into condominiums or co-ops and then selling off perhaps the other land for residential might in a way maximize our return, because you're not demolishing the building. So that's another factor, is the cost to the county. But I'll look forward to hearing if we pass the motion as it's on the floor, I'll be interested to hear what ideas that the community or developers might have for the site. But I will say my bias is to restore that neighborhood. It used to be a neighborhood with houses there and streets, and that what I'll call the back part of Bridgetown is a nice place. You can walk to the grocery store, you can walk to the hardware store, you've got a swimming pool there, you've got bowling, you've got the river. I think it's a lovely spot really myself. So my bias would be today, and I'm happy to change my mind, is to do something that would not be commercial, for example. It would not be institutional, but somehow residential. Anyway, that's me. The motion on the floor is to not do anything at the moment. Oh, Councilor LeBlanc.
My question is that we have on page 20, at the bottom of the page, we have 1, 2, 3 PID numbers. All right. So if we go to the agency, are we putting 3 parcels of land up for sale? Or was the focus to put all 3 together? And then there's a 4th one that is there as well. That's just the question. Now that we're talking...
Mr. Dick is probably better to respond than I am, but I would think we would put them all on the market, and if somebody wants one and not the others, we figure out what we're going to do after.
Separately, correct? Sounds good to me. Okay. And my thought is, if we leave it until somebody comes in and asks, then we can change the zoning after, because if we do it wrong, then we have to change it again. So it's like, are we going to keep going this way and that way, or just wait till we find out what they want to use it for, and then have the meeting with the public and so forth? That's my thought.
Councillor Hudson.
Yeah, just a quick question on the motion. Is there any date by which those proposals are expected to be received?
Sorry?
Is there any date by which time those proposals are to be received?
Proposals?
Right now, we have, or soon we'll have a request. I think we put out a request for proposals.
Okay.
To get a real estate agent that's going to be the agent when we market properties. And then when we decide who that real estate company is going to be, then we would go to them and discuss with them how best to market the property. Is this right? I got it right?
Is that right?
Councillor Cotw?
My biggest concern is this property turned into the hands of Adams County 2 councils ago, 8 years ago. We've been sitting on a property that there's no doubt in my mind the taxpayers have paid some money for security to go over there, our staff has to go over there and check, so the building's not broken into. Our, Lord knows what our taxes have paid over 8 years, us just to get it on the market. That's my concern. It's time to get it on the market. That's my concern.
I think we're getting there.
Because it's 2 councils ago.
Councillor Longmire?
Thank you, and that's exactly what I was going to say. It has sat far too long, and there was interest in that building back a couple of years ago, and expressions of interest did go in. I do know of a gentleman that had been responded to, and I know others who hadn't been responded back to. And then it sat again, and gets lost in translation. So I'm super excited to see it finally come to this place, and let's get moving on it. Thanks.
Councillor Bartow, I thought I saw your hand up.
Similar to what I was going to say, but I think I want to add to that. We have a call for proposals for real estate agents. I think it should be a general call for proposals to the public. We're getting some feedback and phone calls from individuals, but maybe there's more out there that don't realize that this is going up for some kind of development, and maybe we should make it more of a statement out to the general public so that we get reactions and proposals back from more developers to get this ball rolling.
It'll be marketed widely is the intention. Yeah. Councillor Redden?
The street, say north of these blocks. I think that's
I'm
right.
sorry, I'm having
So
difficulty.
the street that's north of these blocks, commercial, there's Centennial, there's
Centennial Drive.
yeah, I don't know where it's at, but yeah. Is that considered a collector street under our bylaws and whatnot?
Centennial Avenue, is it a collector street?
Yeah, because that has implications for.
I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Dunphy, would you know that?
I don't have the municipal plan with me. My inclination is to say no, but I don't have the plan here to give you an
Okay.
absolute.
Any other questions or comments? There's a motion on the floor, basically to leave matters as they are until after we get some responses to some advertising. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Councillor Bartow?
Question. We had put that out for real estate agents a while back. What kind of response have we got?
Say that what, sorry?
What kind of response have we got for our call for proposals from real estate agents?
We've had the competition is closed. We've had 2 responses. We will be reviewing the responses probably today and making a decision before the end of the week.
Next, recommendation report regarding Entertainment House Heritage Property. Pull that up here. That's on page 24. Deputy Warden, do you want to read that?
The staff recommendation
Yeah.
that council hold a public hearing at 11 a.m. on August 17, 2021 to consider the deregistration of vacant lot PID number 051-08956.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sheridan seconds. Just for explanation, that August 17th is the date of our council meeting. So it would, at 11 o'clock at the council meeting, we would break and have our public hearing at 11 o'clock is the way it would work. And for the public that may not have looked at this online. I'll say as a former president of Heritage Trust and a former person that's been on the Provincial Heritage Advisory Board and other things, I'm very against deregistering heritage properties. However, this is one of those rare occasions where it makes sense. Under the regulations, when a property is registered as a heritage property, it's the whole surveyed boundary of the property. It's not just the house, it's the whole piece of land that the house sits on. And what happened here in Granville Ferry is that it's a long, narrow lot fronting on Granville Road on the water side and North Street on the top side. And the property on the North Street side has no building on it, and the properties were subdivided a few years ago, so there's now a vacant lot off North Street that does not have the heritage property on it. So I'll be voting in favor of the motion to deregister that vacant lot portion of the property. And Councillor Bartow?
The plot plan shows, indicates on Brennan Street side, some buildings. Are those buildings actually there? But on the plot plan, it shows, indicates buildings there. I was unaware of the application, that it was a vacant lot, but on the plot plan, it shows, indicates the buildings. That's on page 32 of 103. Have they been removed?
Which page are you looking at, Councillor Bartow?
32 of 103.
No, that's the end.
I don't see a building on the vacant lot.
On the Granville Street side?
Oh yeah, that's the heritage property, but the line in the middle has divided
the deed description,
properties.
But that's the only way that it can border on Granville Street, and it's proposed there.
This property will have access from North Street.
Yeah, but the deed description includes it right out to Granville Street. This Schedule A on the deed description.
I didn't look at the description carefully. I don't know if this is
also,
the...
deed description, somebody screwed up because they missed one of the properties on between that survey records on the description. So
I didn't look at it carefully, but...
Why is it the description still indicating that it's part of the property? I want to be careful what we do here, that we're not. See, Mr. Delphi was.
Can you help us out? Mr. Duffy, can you help us out on that?
Sure can. What you have in that package is a deed description, but it's attached to the heritage registration that was done back in 92 or whatever it was. Therefore, in 1992, when the entire property was registered, that deed description that you see goes with this. When the new registration goes through and after the public hearing, it will only describe that boundaries, I think what they just called 94-1. So that's only there because that's how the whole property was registered back in the early 90s. That will change.
Okay, but it said it was purchased, the subdivided piece was purchased in November of last year. So there should be a new deed description for that purchase.
That is correct. Yeah.
But it's not this package.
No.
Any other questions?
Over.
Any other questions, Deputy Warden?
Right here, thank you. Well, I'm going to go page 26, and it's kind of it's more for my own clarification. It's witnessed that in consideration of $1 and or other valuable consideration. Is that normal that a property, I know that property wasn't sold for $1. I know that, I mean, I'm not stupid. So is that normal that that is what's put into a deed? Is that put in most deed?
That's absolutely normal. Absolutely every deed you're going to see that.
Is there?
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
The reason for that is that for any contract to be valid, there has to be consideration going in both directions.
Yeah, that's right.
And so the idea that you're paying $1 and other valuable consideration is a statement that there is consideration going in this way as well as the deed going that way. People just as soon don't put the purchase price in.
Thank you. Didn't know.
Any other discussion? Mr. Dunphy?
Just when the recommendation was written, with the changes of COVID, of course,
So I'm having trouble hearing you.
I say with the recommendation, we would normally include a location. So I didn't know what we were going to do. Are we going to be here in August, or we'll be back in council chambers? So it would be nice if you could tell me the location as well where the public hearing will be held.
I think we'll be here.
Okay.
Any other question?
Councilor Redden?
Can we keep a heritage designation on an empty lot?
Sorry?
Can you put a heritage designation on an empty lot? I'm wondering if it's even, are we in violation by having a heritage designation on an empty lot? I was just saying.
Are we against the rules by having a heritage designation on an empty lot?
Yeah. You said
Well, we're going to correct, originally it was one lot, so it wasn't an empty lot, it had a house on it.
right.
And then when it was subdivided, the heritage registration wasn't changed. And so now we're taking it off the empty lot.
Yeah, so are we running into something that obligates us to take it off the empty lot?
Is there something that obligates us to take it off?
If I had an empty lot, would I have a heritage designation on it?
We're not obligated to take it off, I wouldn't think, but that's just off the top of my head. It makes sense to take it off, but I don't think we're obligated to do it. And Mr. Dunphy?
Just a further clarification on that. If a property was deemed in a singular property, if it was deemed to be a significant place where a historical event came about, even though there was no structure, let's say they found an Acadian foundation on it, then a registration of that property would make sense. If it was a graveyard, a significant graveyard, that would make sense. The other question about it in terms of a vacant lot not having historical, if the community identified a community area, meaning so for example, under the Heritage Property Act, we can designate heritage conservation districts. Granville Ferry is not a heritage conservation district, but you can register both properties built and properties that are not built upon, because you want to ensure that the new house gets built fits into the character of that area. But in this case, as I said, there is no heritage conservation district, but you could. So it's just a clarification there.
Any other discussion on the motion? My only question was, this is coming before council on August the 17th. There was no requirement to send it to the Heritage Advisory Committee?
A deed registration, you can send it to the Heritage Advisory Committee, but it's really not necessary because the Act doesn't require a referral to that one.
Okay.
And in this case, sorry, Gordon, but in this case where it is a vacant lot and it hasn't been identified as a historic property, the back part, then probably not necessary to send it to the Heritage Advisory.
I agree.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, the grants to organizations. We have a number of pages in our package, and we have a little presentation. Ms. Bartol, isn't it? Ms. Chisholm is going to say something. Now, let me just point out a few things that was in your package. First of all, as I understand it, and again, I haven't been through this before, In the past, each grant was the subject of some discussion, and it tended to take a long time, as I understand. So there's been an effort to streamline the process. And you've got a list of all of the organizations that have applied for grants, and you've got the suggested response. Now, in the chart that's in your package, one thing I found a little confusing. On the columns, the first column is total project cost. So that's the cost of the project that the grant is to go towards. The second column says recommended. Well, I wondered myself how the recommendation amount was determined. And it turns out that in each case, in the whole chart, other than those in red, the recommended amount is the amount that the organization applied for. Now, I understand that there was a discussion between Ms. Chisholm and the organizations in filling out the grants, the grant applications. The organizations were advised as to what our usual limits were with respect to the type of grant they were applying for. They therefore usually applied for the maximum amount that our policies would normally allow. And so in each case where you've seen the recommended, it's the amount that the organization applied for after having the discussion with Ms. Chisholm, which was usually the maximum amount that they were eligible for. There are, I think, about 4 in red as you go through this, in which the amount recommended was a little less than the amount sought. And there was an explanation as to why the staff felt that the amount recommended was what it was. So, for the purposes of efficiency, if you would, what I'd like to do is, instead of going through each one, I would rather ask councillors, give them the ability to raise any questions with respect to any of the grants. And after we do that, then if we could have a motion to approve the report as amended, then we're kind of done. I don't know if we need an actual presentation. I guess we could. What do you think?
There are different...
No, I don't actually think so. Do we need to do this? The CAO says that if there's a specific question from a councillor with respect to any grants, we can put it up on the screen. Ms. Chisholm, does that work for you?
Sure, just give us a few minutes. I'd be happy to accommodate.
No, but what we'll do is we'll open the floor for questions from councillors about the grants. And then if they have any questions, you can respond and maybe put something up on the screen.
Yes, the presentation before you now was just a general overview about the community grants program, but I can bring up the actual recommendation report on the screen and discuss any specific one.
How long is your opening presentation just about the grant program?
1 to 2 minutes.
Let's do it. Okay.
All right, so council has a few grant policies. This one in particular is specific to the local not-for-profit and community organizations, and it's called your community grants policy. So every year council gives back and designates a specific amount into your operating budget every year in which we work with and the communities can apply for. This photo is thought would be really nice. It was pre-COVID, and at one point we had a little bit of a celebration luncheon where councillors got to meet some of the representatives that work with these groups and hand out their approved grants. Hard to see, but it is in your package. These are the different categories within this grant program. The Community Programs Assistance Fund, one of the categories, supports the delivery of community programs and enhances community well-being. previous applications that have been approved would be seniors fitness classes, assistance to sporting programs, and also farm to table, farm to school programs. Your Community Halls and Centers Assistance Program provides support primarily for capital projects for all the community halls and centers in the county. So for example, helping with roofs, accessible washrooms, kitchen upgrades. These are actual photos from projects from the previous fiscal year. The Marketing and Promotion Partnership Program traditionally supports festivals, events, and significant attractions within Annapolis County. Normally with that one as well, council usually gets some recognition of some kind, either be included in the program for the event, or they use some of our signage or logo during the event as well. The Capital Projects Assistance Program creates and works in partnership with larger organizations in the county. Previous applications supported would be the Annapolis County Exhibition Grounds, Map Annapolis projects, and again, usually it comes with a great deal of recognition for council. The Interactive Science Atlas has received some support. You got a nice picture, Councillor Gunn up there. I believe that was from last year. The Community Heritage Grants for lighthouses and museums is a specific amount designated for those. Normal projects are painting, help with redesigning, and normally this would go through the Heritage Committee. The applications have not gone through the Heritage Committee traditionally in the last few years, and the decisions have come right to council, and we'll be recommending some possible changes in the future to amend your policy if you so wish to address that. Another one, Councillor LeBlanc, some happy faces there. And our Trails Assistance Program helps develop trails that are for public use within the county. Council has significantly provided some funds in previous years, specifically for the Harvest Moon Trail as well, which is growing in popularity year by year. And that is a general overview of your programs and your categories within the Community Grants Program. And of course, we like to thank all our volunteers in Annapolis County. Warden?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, unless there's some general questions, do you have a general question? Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, with regards to the ABRCE, I see that there were only 3 schools that had participated, so I'm wondering, how does the board send that out to all schools? Like, is there some sort of...
Yes, and you're talking about the Farm to School program? Absolutely. They've been working really hard to try to get more schools to participate. They do reach out to all the principals within Annapolis County, and we have been building and have seen some growth. However, it is ultimately up to the principal of the school if they want to participate in that program. But we do participate in different committees, Zoom all year, of course, and they have said they've reached out to all the principals, and it's up to them whether they want to proceed or not.
Councillor Sheridan?
Just a general question in regards to the accessibility for community halls.
The what, sorry?
Accessibility for community halls.
Yeah.
Is the province offering a grant for community halls for accessibility upgrades?
The CAO doesn't know. I don't know. Yeah, Ms. Chisholm?
Oftentimes, the provincial government does have accessibility programs. So when a community grant application comes in, I normally will take the time to see if there is any provincial or federal funds that they may be eligible to apply for, and I'll let them know about that. And there is accessibility funding out there. Whether the community hall fits into that or not, that would probably be determined by the community hall and the province. I usually direct them to the regional manager, used to be Meg Cumming, for the province, and she normally goes out, visits the hall, speaks with the representatives, and see how she can help them.
Thank you.
Councillor Cotw? I do want to address your first comment about changing the limits. And I don't really want that to disappear and we find ourselves, and I think Mr. Dick will say that what he'd like to do is move this grant program approval earlier in the year, so that, because most of the work goes on in the summer, and here we are in the middle of July, and we're giving people money and the summer's half over. So in my discussion with them the other day, he suggested we move it ahead. So if we move it ahead to, say, April, if we can, and there's fiscal year issues there, I'd say this fall, if we're going to change these amounts, we should have staff come back to council this fall with different suggestions for these amounts, like you pointed out about the museums. So is there some way we can put on the agenda for September or October a review of the limits for grants? Would that be what you're talking about?
Oh, definitely. But one of the problems we're going to be facing is that that's one of the problems is just that all the applications for communities that's applying to the province, all I've gotten so far is that your application's under review. And here it is July. There's no possible way that we're going to, if we get funding for the community that I belong and help out, that we can have the work done by this fall. It's just impossible. Contractors alone, it's impossible to get them come do jobs. So the province delays their funding too. So sometimes county grants involved into the province's grants too, because they apply for the group applies for 2 or 3 different types of funding. They still may be able to get a county grant earlier, but that amount is going to help them because they got to wait to get the provincial side of it too before they can go through the project. So it's kind of a bottleneck thing, is that it would be nice to do it earlier, but sometimes it really is not going to help because the volunteer communities are still waiting for the provincial money to help them.
Well, I guess the timing is one issue. The revision of the amounts is a separate one. Perhaps when we finish this, Councillor Connell, today, I would entertain a motion to direct staff to have a report in, say, October with respect to the amounts for the grants. I'd entertain that after we finish with what we're doing here.
So I thank Council for some of the comments, because certainly the policy needs to be changed. Councillor Redden pointed out a couple of issues yesterday that we're not following policy. Clearly this was supposed to be done in May, and we haven't done it in May. I believe strongly in some of the comments that were made. Trails is one that I brought up at the same time, and somebody wants to develop a trail over 3 years at $5,000 a year. One of the thoughts I had is, why don't we give them $15,000, get the whole trail developed, and then they don't have to come back to us. And so Nancy and I have talked about making some significant revisions to the policy. I appreciate the fact that you want to make a recommendation, but we will have that before council even without a recommendation. We will have that before council in the fall.
Okay, that works for us. Thank you. Councillor Cotw, general comments?
Yes, Jim, thank you. I'd like to thank Nancy Chisholm for all the hours of work. I know she and I have talked on the phone numerous times about my district and others about questions. And I'd like to report that we saw it's a great improvement, streamlined, the information we got in our package. It took me a minute or two to sort of adjust it in my head, but it's a great presentation. Thank you very much. I know it's phone calls back and forth and hours and hours. And best of councillors calling as well, wondering what the status of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
I enjoy it.
So, unless there's some more, a general question?
Just a general question.
Sure.
I'd like to, and maybe a comment. I'd like to see staff come up with a more equitable format for disbursement of funds towards community halls. Because a year after year, I sit here and I see, I could almost go through and list them. There's maybe a half a dozen halls in Annapolis County that year after year get the same, they go for the max. How much can we get? They get hall after hall around here years that I know of. Doesn't bother mine because they feel they can get by. They ask for what they might need, and that's how they go along. And I'd like to see staff and more. Is it year after year? Can you just, because the money's there, you can just apply for it for whatever, repaint, new this, new that, you know, upgrade, new floor, and the rest of it. Whereas, you know, I look at some of these, and, you know, people are just trying to, like the Forest Glade, I don't want to get into this, but they're just starting out. They look like they could use a little more help, right? This group. But other groups, you know, it's for making it nice again. So I have issue with that. I hope that staff can work something out about that. The other thing is, and I'm going to bring this up, and I know some councils will hate me for it, but legions. The Municipal Government Act states very clearly in one part, I forget, I can't name it right off the bat, that we're not allowed to fund private enterprise or give tax concessions to private enterprise. Aren't legions a private club? And I've tried to make this point for years. So here we are supporting a private club, much in the same situation. We're subsidizing. We just got out of one of those situations. So I query that. Thank you.
Deputy Warden, I had the same question, to which I don't know the answer, whether or not the Legion is a nonprofit. Maybe Councillor Morrison can help us out?
No, I think that Nancy can, but I would simply like to observe two things. Number one, to my knowledge, there has not been an organization that has received a grant that has not complied with all of the existing policies. And if there are organizations that comply with the policies for 2 years or a year and skip a year, they are complying with the current policies. And there ought not to be any thought of, in the future or retroactively, penalizing or negatively criticizing organizations that adhere to the policies that are set out. And the second is, councillors have raised the Canadian Legion question year after year after year, and every time it's answered, the councillors that have raised it say, I'm happy, but they raise it again. And I'm wondering whether Nancy Chisholm would be able to explain it.
Ms. Chisholm, do you know whether or not the Legion is a nonprofit?
The Legion does provide a federal charitable status number, and normally in past their applications have directly related to their community hall, which is available for rent as a community hall. The applications in past have not supported anything but improvements to kitchen facilities or the actual part of the Legion that is used for the community use. And that in previous councils was the way the application was looked at. And yes, they do provide a federal charitable number.
But can you get a charitable number? To get a charitable number, you have to be a nonprofit, do you?
That's correct. And well, not necessarily. The charitable status is a much longer process actually to get, and harder process it's a federal application process, and I do believe that their charitable status stems from their parent organization.
Okay, thanks very much.
Dominion Command, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morrison, did you want to add to that?
Yeah. Until I was 12, I wanted to be a lawyer, but I've never gotten rid of this literal side of me. In order to receive a charity designation, you have to be a charity.
Right.
Nonprofit, it's just not a term that's employed with regard to charities.
Okay. Any other general comments before we go through the list? Councillor Redden.
Kind of curious here. Does this represent all the grants that met the necessary requirements that were received? And, well, I guess that answers the second part. Good.
Councillor Longmire?
Thanks. Just a question about the Friends of Annapolis Pool Society. I see that is just only one pool.
Can we wait until, we'll ask questions
Okay.
about each individual ones in a
Okay,
minute.
sure.
I'm just looking for some general comments before we get to the individuals. Councillor Cotw?
I'd like to kind of just go off of our deputy warden's comments on, I know there's just a lot of community halls that don't apply, and I know that from being on council the previous years for quite a length of time, is that sometimes halls don't apply because there's very low activity in those halls. Sometimes it goes down that some of those community halls are almost to the verge of closing. And then all of a sudden, a new interest sparks in the community, a new younger group all of a sudden steps up to the plate and they want to revamp their community hall. And that's why all of a sudden we get an application. Because going back to the one community hall, they were to the point that they didn't even know what to do with it because nobody wanted to support it in the community and be able to be in on the committee. But now there's a new interest part that they want to keep their little community hall. And it's good, but I think every volunteer group is suffering the same things. Is that it's like a roller coaster. Is that seniors take care of it. All of a sudden, all the seniors are seniors and don't want to have and can't do it. There's no interest, so the community hall drops to having no support. Then all of a sudden, the new group takes it on. That's why we get halls flying, maybe not in a couple of years, and then all of a sudden they get
Did you want to say something, Councillor Crowe?
Yes, thank you. I'm reminded of a year ago, a statement made by a former councillor, Gregory Hemming, that he felt this was one of the most important functions of a council to support communities. And I know it connects with what Councillor Cotw has said, but the need for these small community halls to receive help and assistance, especially last year with COVID. You can't hold the suckers that you wanted to hold. So I think this, what we're going to be doing in a few minutes, is a real positive thing that we should be doing, and that we are doing. And I agree with all the council comments earlier, where some areas of yes, but where there should be increased. So thank you.
Any other general comments? I think that before we then get into the individual ones, it's 10:30. Might be a good time for a 5-minute break. And we'll come back 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. We're back on, and we're now going to go through the list of grants. And the way we'd like to do it is if any councillor has any questions with respect to any of the grants, raise them, we'll deal with them. And then after we've dealt with the questions anybody has, then we'll look for a motion to pass the grants as circulated and as amended if we amend any. So I open the floor for questions and comments. Councillor Cotw.
Can I make a motion at this point?
I would say turn to, tell us where it is, what it is you want to take us to, and so that we can see it, and then you can make a suggestion, yeah.
Just start at the beginning and go through.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, please.
No, I'm hopeful that we won't have many Yeah, no, we're just gonna go, we're not gonna go through them all, we're just gonna take questions as we go. What page are you on?
Because I was on the understanding is that all the grants that have not got read, the money they requested, we're actually giving them.
Right.
So if they requested $1,000 and we're giving them $1,000, I can't see myself. I'm satisfied with those.
If they're in black, it's what they asked for, it's what staff is recommending that we give them. If you want to argue we shouldn't give them that much, you're free to do that.
But my concern is on page 73 and 103.
73, let's pull it up. Is this the one in red?
One in red.
Okay.
They requested $8,000. And we normally, the maximum grant that we have right now is at $5,000. And I think that they've got a big project ahead of them to do the connection for the trail between coming into Annapolis Royal to put a new trail toward the South Mountain, go down into Bear River, and then reconnect back to the trail in Smith's Cove. So that makes that portion of the trail connected all the way down through into Dixie and beyond. And I think that's quite a project, and I think that VUC's and the $5,000 has been what we've given them for years. I recommend to council that we give them $8,000.
You would like to give how much?
$8,000.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to recommend council that we give them $8,000.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councilor Bartow seconds it. At this point, I'd like to ask Ms. Chisholm, can you give us some further background to this one?
The Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition, historically in the past several years, has always asked for $8,000. They actually provide a funding model in their application, and they base it per municipality that the trail goes through. And I can provide that funding model. I just have to dig it out of the file itself. In the past, councils have stuck with the $5,000. However, they do base that and give reasoning for the $8,000, and they are, yes, undergoing new trail developments this year as well.
And I also would like to point out is that at any time, our county staff requests them to help us in our own parks. They help build bridges in our own parks. They help clean up our own parks. They've done a fair amount besides being part of the trail coalition.
That's correct.
Ms.
Yes.
Chisholm, Councillor Cotw he made specific reference to this trail going down to Bear River and across and back up to Smith's Cove. Is there anything in the application that you've looked at that makes sure that indicates that this money is going to that loop as opposed to somewhere else?
That was just one of the projects. So the Trails Coalition undertakes, and they did provide a specific list of all projects that will be conducted in Annapolis County. And I can get those details in the file, but they did provide absolute detail to all the projects that are going to be actually taking part in our county, and they provided information on the ones that are going to be outside the county as well. They do detailed planning lists every year, and they do a lot of volunteer work as well.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I'm not against the increase, but just a question.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you?
Yeah, I said I'm not against the increase, but I just have a question. I believe that our policy is the maximum of 5,000. Are we making an amendment to our policy? Or just an exception to the policy?
Ms. Chisholm, can you, I see you wanted to
The
respond.
policy reads as it's a recommended maximum amount, and in past, council has gone over the maximum recommended amount if funds were still available within the budget, and they are.
Okay.
Any other comments, Deputy
Thank you.
Warden?
And just for clarity, this is just the Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition. That trail, because we have 3 trails down here. And that would just be, so this would be up to me, not the other.
Yes.
Right, as opposed to the Annapolis County Trails Society.
All right.
Right.
And the South Shore Annapolis Valley Trails Association. But we're talking about just the Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition.
Any other comments with respect to this motion? Councilor Bartow?
So it's all, everybody's getting what they asked for, except for the ones that are noted in red.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I just clarifying that everybody's got what they asked for, except for the ones that are noted in red.
That's Ms. Chisholm, can you confirm that?
That's correct.
So should we be going through every one of those that are noted in red and reviewing those and not just picking on one council and saying, yeah, this one, that one?
Well, it's a recommendation from staff. If anybody doesn't agree with the recommendation from staff for the ones in red, they can raise it, but otherwise they can accept the staff recommendation, and they pointed out why they have recommended what they have. That's the way I see it. We don't have to go through all the ones in red. People don't want to raise them.
Since we're in that section, and I'm not recommending
We have a motion on
whatever
the
they
floor.
ask for, but this is a big recreational thing for a lot of people to maintain these trails, and I think we should look seriously at all the trails. People, I wasn't sure when I looked at which one was what. This one from Atlas Valley, I know it's Max, which is also Harris Moon Trail, I think. Does the Valley Coalition, does that cover trails that aren't on the trail there?
Can you answer that, Ms. Chisholm?
I'm bringing up their specific applications now.
What was your question again, Councilor Bartow?
I'm just trying to get my head around the Annapolis County Trail Society versus the Annapolis Valley Coalition versus the South Shore Annapolis Valley Trails. So just wanted to make sure what they were covering, if they're an overlap one.
Without getting into too much detail with the application, the South Shore Annapolis Valley Trail primarily works on the trail that runs from the number 10 to the South Shore and all the way down that way. And they do solicit funding from the other municipal units along the way. The Annapolis Valley Trails Society and the Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition kind of work hand in hand. One is more of a parent type organization that's responsible for management of the staff member that actually get paid. All the rest of them are volunteers. So they more have that partnership, and one organization will go after, say, provincial and federal funding, and then they help fund the other organization. Their primary development has been along the Harvest Moon Trail the last several years. However, they are expanding into other trails.
I know Axe, the other one, that was Parent Trails, which isn't in red.
That's correct.
Has control letters of hopefully for the Harrison Trail, and I just wondered how they fit in with the other group that we were just talking about for the Annapolis Valley Trail Station.
They work together on certain projects, but they each have their own mandate on what they do. And I can provide you those details if you want me to look them up.
One further question on that is the South Shore Annapolis Valley Trail Association. I think the half of those trails are in Annapolis County, half are on the south side.
That's correct.
If we're supporting them in their monetarily, do they say that the money that they get from Annapolis County is spent in Annapolis County?
Yes, they do indicate that on their application.
So I think that's an important thing too, because that's part of the trail system. Instead of
Yes.
giving extra support for one section. I think we should go boldly at the county.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come back to Councillor Connell in a minute if there's somebody else that wants to speak on this. Councillor LeBlanc?
On the motion of increasing from 5,000 to 8,000 to the Annapolis Valley Trails Coalition, this is a question to Nancy, but because she mentioned it. I think that is the one that they have a paid representative?
Yes, I believe so. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I believe
yes.
that's the one that they have a coordinator.
Coordinator.
In that specific space to adhere to everything. So I think we have a motion on the floor. I think we should meet with that motion so that we can go on to the other one that was discussed.
You're calling for a question on the motion?
Yes, please.
I'm happy to put the motion on the floor.
I wanted to clarify something.
Clarification? Okay, last.
Trail Coalition oversees trails.
Yes.
Trail societies are volunteers that help maintain the trail, as far as bush cutting and stuff like that. If there's a bridge to be built, you can guarantee the Trail Coalition is going to hit that because they have the engineers, they have the technical support they need. They're the ones you call when you want policing on the trail. The coalition is the mother of the trail societies. They oversee the construction parts, the policing parts. They line up the police checks with the RCMP. They line up with the land force. They do checks with them. Societies, trail societies, are kind of the caretakers as far as maintaining and volunteering when they need help on the trails. The coalition is the ones that oversee the major jobs that need to be done and the construction of new trails.
Call for a vote on the motion. The motion has been called. The motion is to increase the grant to the Trails Coalition from 5,000 to 8,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Anybody else? Any other grants anybody wants to discuss?
Are we going to start?
Deputy Warden?
Are we going to start at first and go through them that way?
We're not going to go through them at all.
Oh, we're not going to. Okay, then I have questions.
I have some.
Here it is. Could you explain, could I have an explanation?
Sorry, what page are you on?
Page,
Oh, sorry. 56 of 103. And it's not 100 Baptist. The Age Advantage Association. Who is the Age Advantage?
Just a second, I can't get it here. 56 of 103. And which one are you referring to?
The Age Advantage Association.
Right?
And my question would be, who is the Age Advantage Association?
Ms.
And
Chisholm,
then
can you answer
why?
that?
Pardon me?
Sorry, go ahead.
And then why are they developing additional content marketing? Are they part of Annapolis, Map Annapolis? Are they Map Annapolis? I'm not quite getting who or what they are.
Ms. Chisholm?
The Age Advantage Association does operate Map Annapolis. So that's the parent organization to Map Annapolis that have been developing the interactive and the loyalist settlements, the black loyalist settlements. Is everybody familiar with their website?
Yeah.
yes.
So Map Annapolis operates that website and that organization.
So that's who they are.
Yes.
Map Annapolis.
Yes.
And they're a not-for-profit, you know.
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and they did provide a detailed project summary if you'd like to take a look at it after.
Thank you.
Councilor LeBlanc,
I have a question on page 62.
62.
Yes. It's the Mount Hanley and District Schoolhouse Museum Society. I'm all above board in doing all of this, but my question is, they're thinking of putting in new steps. We have an accessibility plan going through, and part of our problem is trying to avoid steps for a whole bunch of different reasons. And I'm thinking that, are you waving at me?
Yeah, he wants to declare a conflict, so he's going to leave the room for this discussion.
What's the reason, please?
I'm the chair of that committee.
Sorry.
Waving at you.
Go ahead.
So I'm totally above board, wanting to give them money. That's not the problem. The problem is the accessibility of it down the road would not comply with what we're trying to, with our committee. So
I wonder if Ms. Chisholm might be able to help you out.
should we be giving them money or more money or asking them not, or trying to get a better plan?
I don't know the answer. That's a good
I
question.
know. I hear you.
Can you help us out as to whether there was any discussion of a ramp instead of stairs?
No, there is not. So their project description details out the materials needed to paint and repair the steps only. I can look into it after, but I just looked, nowhere in the application indicates a ramp, and I'm actually personally not familiar with the building, so I wouldn't even know if there's one there right now, but I can certainly find out that information if council wishes.
Maybe you could do that and bring it back either to Councilor LeBlanc or to council in that regard. We'll just deal with what's in front of us today.
Well, that's the question and the problem, because instead of accepting this as them putting in steps, maybe we should just put it aside and say, because of the accessibility problem, it is a museum. There should be or could be possibility a different amount of people going through. It would be better for them to put a ramp than initial steps, and then in a couple of years, if we pay or give them money to put in steps, and in a year or a year and a half, they have to demolish those and start again by putting in a ramp. I think we're.
I hear you.
So
Let me ask the CEO, would we be able to just put this one grant aside, ask Ms. Chisholm to speak to them about the possibility of a ramp, and then come back at the next council meeting in August to discuss this one grant as to whether it should be a ramp or steps? Could we do that? Yes.
Well, that would provide more accessibility to everybody, and I'm in for that. I don't
would like to make a motion in this regard that we adjourn this particular grant pending a report from staff with respect to the possibility of a ramp.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Would somebody second that? Councilor, is there a seconder to that motion? Councilor Redden seconds it. So with respect to this particular item, there's a motion to just put this one aside for today and have a report at the next committee of the whole. Council.
We're going to the next committee to hold that.
Well, we'll do it at the next council meeting. Councilor Sheridan?
So it's at
Council. Yes.
So this is a heritage property.
Sorry?
This is a heritage property. So would this have to go to the Heritage Committee for a ramp?
I'm not sure if it is a heritage property. Does it say it is?
Yeah. It's a museum.
Well, it's a museum.
Community Heritage Grant.
It may not be a designated heritage property. Just because it's a museum doesn't mean it's necessarily a heritage property.
Correct.
On the top of the page, it says Community Heritage Grants.
Yeah, but that's not a
White House and museum.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
It may be a heritage property. We just don't know.
Okay.
It is.
It isn't designated?
It is not registered in the Annapolis County Register of Heritage Properties.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bartow?
Just a quick comment on that. If the steps are in bad shape and even placements for access to the building, ramps are usually in addition to like main entrances. You don't take out that set of steps and put in a ramp that forces people to go. I'm not sure the situation on this project, how much it's elevated above the ground. You could be looking at a series of ramps, or you might have to be looking at a lift. But in the meantime, if it's to maintain or repair a deterioration to have access to the building, I don't think we want to delete that and say we're going to do the ramp instead. So maybe it's a two-part thing. Maybe they need to be looking at in the future. I think there's designations for public buildings that I forget what the year is, that they have to be accessible anyway, and that would be under a different. And then it's getting fairly expensive. $500 even go anywhere towards a ramp.
I agree with you.
So I think in the meantime, if it means in the planning that they want to look forward and incorporate how a ramp would fit into the new steps, then that the steps are built appropriately for that. I think that we should let them go through steps, because it's the heritage aspect too. It's part of the look of the building. So
It's a museum.
I don't want to globally say, oh yeah, well, nothing is definitely we'll give you the ramp, but and then their steps are still sitting there that they're put through. I don't know the situation. Maybe they ask. I'm not sure Nancy has.
I think all those issues will hopefully come up in the discussion that Ms. Chisholm will have with them for the next meeting, and then we can decide.
I just raise those issues for the councilors to contemplate in the meantime. And is it through the board would be appropriate for just to get us some more background information? Is there a reason stated for why we're doing the steps?
No, repairs and upgrades. I believe they're old. We've just actually looked at a few pictures online. There's 2 steps going into the front of the old schoolhouse museum, not very high, and they look like they need to be refreshed.
So it's not huge?
Without asking, no. Small platform, 2 steps. Front of the building.
I think the heritage aspect is a real issue too. I mean, if it's a museum, it's supposed to look like it did 100 years ago. That's another factor, but all I'm saying is the motion on the floor just allows Ms. Chisholm to investigate all of those issues and report back.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you, Mr. Councilor Lamar. Would someone invite Councilor Palmer to come back in? Any other questions with respect to any of the proposed grants? Councilor Longmire.
Yes. So with regards to the Friends of the Annapolis Pool Society.
Sorry, what page are you on?
Oh, sorry, page 51 and 103.
51?
Yes. And so my question is...
Which one is it?
Oh, sorry, Friends of the Annapolis Pool Society. So the second.
Got it.
So my question is, it appears that this is the only pool that has applied for a grant this year. And I know, with COVID and lack of fundraising, I know all the pools are struggling. Just with the Annapolis pool per se, they receive a significant amount of funding from Annapolis Royal each year, generally between 8,000 and 10,000. I'm just wondering, fairness and equitably, how do other pools know about this type of grant?
Longmire, so happy to invite her to respond.
There's several ways that, there's one prime opportunity for grant community organizations every year, normally in the November timeframe. For the last several years, we've been doing grant information sessions that are publicized, and groups are allowed to attend those sessions. Last year we did it virtually and provided a video online, and then grants are, and then obviously word of mouth through counselors and whatnot. So that's the prime ways that people will know about the program, and I had no other inquiries from any of the pools. In past, council has supported the pool in Lawrencetown. However, they did not put in a request this year. And this one is specifically for a program for youth.
Any other comments with respect to the staff report on the grants? Councilor Red.
Page 53 and 54.
Yeah.
The Clean Annapolis River Project. The 53 to 54. They're I think dealing with them directly, but some of the numbers of presentations in there.
Sorry?
Can't hear.
Dealings with them directly, but they're I've been to their presentations. The work they do is quite stellar. They do an amazing amount of scientific work on both the Annapolis River and all of its tributaries. And what struck me here is their number is quite specific. I would like to see them pumped up. They're an organization I think really be a good bang for your buck. So I said move that they get moved up from the 5,000 maximum to 64.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Not caring at all. Okay. I feel like I'm yelling already. I would move that we move them up to the $6,400, $47 and 25 cents that they requested from the 5,000 maximum, because I think they do really exceptional work at maintaining the health of a river that kind of defines this county in many ways. I mean, it's right there on our logo.
I'll second that.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councilor Morrison seconds it.
Can you give me the amount again, because I don't see the 64.
No, I have.
25 cents is important.
Where do you see that? 64 is on page.
Discussion, Ms. Chisholm?
I apologize. I brought up their original application when you brought it up, and I think I've actually made an error. It's supposed to be $6,467.25. I apologize.
So it's 647.
67.25.
Okay, discussion with respect to the motion on the floor. Councilor Cotw.
Well, I don't entirely like to be negative about programs in our county, but I am going to be negative. When I was on council before, I have land that has quite a significant amount of river frontage. And when the Middleton sewer system exploded and they dumped raw sewage into the river for months,
discussion? Ms. Chisholm, I have a question.
Yes.
So when I read the project, it looks to me like it's ongoing work, the kind of work that they do all the time, other than they're going to erect some signage. Erecting signage at the sites and additional publications in the future. And cost of the project is a funny number, $10,374. So that tells me that it relates to something in particular, but then when I read your summary, all I see is there's some new signage. It looks to me like most of it's still going to their usual kind of. So can you help me out where that I guess the cost of the project is a little funny and the request is a little funny, kind of a strange number. How come there's these strange numbers?
Their budget is actually very specific. The 12 sampling events at 8 sites equals 96 samples. They give a number of $40 per sample. That's $3,840. There are 4 quality control / quality assurance samples at $40 a sample, which is $160. They've indicated travel costs at just over $1,000. Regnant Solutions, which I'm assuming has to do with testing the water quality, but I could find out, $250. Contractor fee of $750. Staff time at 172 hours at $20 an hour, $3,440. And sign maintenance, $100 a sign, $800. So that's just over $10,000 for the project this year. And their revenue sources, grant request to our county for $6,467.25. And they are putting in a grant application to the municipality of the County of Kings for $3,880.35. They base that on the number. There are more monitoring sites on Annapolis County than there are in the other county. That's why the number is higher. That's what they've indicated. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thanks very much. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I'd like to know where the public can access the work and the information that this group accumulates. I don't see them actually putting reports out to the public. And it's kind of like last year, I asked them what the saturation point was. I was more concerned about the amount of septic systems going in one part of our county, and asked them what the saturation point would be before we would need a lagoon, one place to capture the effluent. And they really didn't or couldn't answer that. And I was a little bit shocked with that they, these people now, when did Stephen Humboldt start that? 25, 30 years ago. And that's something that they couldn't, I would think by now that they would have that number right on top of their head. How many houses would make, or how many septic systems it would take to saturate a property before, the septics up here are not affecting the wells down here. So that's just my point on the Clean Annapolis River project. Thank you.
Any other comments? It seems to me they have I noticed that there was an employee. They have employees, so they must have funding other than these grants from Kings County and from us, right?
Yes, they do have this is one of many projects that the Clean Annapolis River project does. The water quality, David's trying to bring it up now. So they have a website, AnnapolisRiver.ca. If you click on projects, that'll list all the projects. This is one project here, Annapolis River Guardians, and if you scroll down, I don't know if you can, David. The latest monitoring results are always posted right on their website, and they also usually provide a link via their Facebook page, but they are located here primarily. They
Thank
do
you,
receive
Councilor.
most of their funding from grants and donations.
Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. Those of us who were here last year will remember the presentation that was made and will remember that we were reminded where we could get certain information. CARP is a very reputable organization. Katie McLean works with it, and anything Katie McLean works with is excellent. The director of CARP is very, very good fellow, very interested. And it's a shame that they can't answer every question, but maybe next year if they ask us for more money, they can answer more questions. Thank you.
Any other comments? So the motion on the floor is to give them the 6,000 odd numbers rather than the 5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? One nay. All right, any other comments, questions? With respect to the suggested allocations, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. And I just wanted to give these people at the Forest Lake Community Club a shout out. I mean, talk about a community group getting together.
Page just now?
Page
The
67.
Forest Lake Community Group, it's on page 67 of 103. I say I got to commend these people because by the sounds of it, the building that they're starting with, I hope it has a good roof on it. With all the other work, they're looking to have a community center. I think it's quite admirable. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, I'll, entertain a motion to approve the grants as circulated and as amended today. Councilor Morrison moves, seconded by Councilor Cotw. Madam Clerk, is that going to be sufficient with respect to the amendments we made, or do we have to separate out the motion? We did have motions to change it, so I did say the motion would be to pass them as distributed and as amended. So we're good. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. I want to thank Ms. Chisholm for all the work that she did in this presentation. I want to thank the whole staff, including Mr. Dick, in putting this together so that we could deal with this in an hour or so instead of a day. And thanks to all the counselors for having gone through a lot of material and considering it and bringing up some good points. So it's been a good discussion, and I thank everybody for that.
Thank you, Nancy.
Next is the recommendation of application for Canada Community Revitalization Fund regarding Bridgetown's Sports Hub washroom facility. I'm just trying to find a page for that.
That would be 75.
75. There's a recommendation here that staff has made. Deputy Warden, would you like to read it?
Recommendation 75 is approve funding application to the Canada Community Revitalization Fund for Bridgetown Sports Hub facility, new washroom facility, and equipment storage space.
So this would be a recommendation to council from committee of the whole, right?
Yes.
What it says.
Right? Yeah. Seconder for the motion? Okay. Councilor Hudson? Discussion?
Just,
Councilor Hudson?
is there a cost for this?
Is there a cost for what?
Is there a cost for this facility? These washrooms and storage equipment facility that is to be constructed?
This is a project that council approved in the most recent budget. And I don't recall the number, but I think, Albert, correct me, it's 100?
100,000.
100,000, okay.
So the grant would give us up to 75% of that, the way I read this? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Just to get my straight. So the grant is for up to 75%, so we would make up the other 25%. Right? And we were looking, now the cost of those facilities a year or so ago was, what did I say? Do I remember a $200,000 price tag for it, something like that? So we would, out of that, because we put money aside for that, but we might not spend all of it. Good, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next is a recommendation regarding release of funds to the North Queens Fire Association. It's on page 77. There's a recommendation from staff. Deputy Warden, if I could read it.
Request for decision. The Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipal Council authorize a withdrawal of $70,000 from the Fire Service Capital Reserve to the North Queens Fire Association in the 2021-22 fiscal year to assist in payout of the loan for the 2018 pumper tanker.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Sheridan seconds it. Discussion? Councillor Bartow?
Considering whenever the fire department requests these amounts of money that it's now we taking a fire rate, that they're not asking for more than their share of the whole county proportion. I'm not sure how that's calculated.
Ms. Mason, can you answer that?
I can. Each department is allotted a certain amount each year, goes into their capital fund. They allow it to build up. When I get a request, I confirm with finance department that their specific account has the right amount of what they're asking for. When I confirm with the finance department they actually get $74,000, they requested and needed $70,000.
So each department has its own.
Slot.
Further discussion, Deputy Warden?
It goes into the discussion by approving the release. It would mean great savings and interest to the department over the next few years. So by paying this off, they're going to save money.
They are, yeah. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next we come to the departmental reports. First is the Community Development Report.
That's the one circulated to your desk this morning.
This one?
The updated version is the package
And it's not, I've looked at, they're not much different. It's not much different from the one that was circulated. Questions for Mr. Dunphy with respect to his report? Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. This is on the July 13th dated report. And it has to do with the Cornwallis Community Walk. I've received a lot of briefings in my life on how things are to be conducted and why they're to be conducted. And before this walk began, the people who were there received one of the best briefings I've ever heard in my life by a person conducting an activity. All aspects. And it showed a great deal of preparation. And Nancy Chisholm was the person who gave the briefing, accompanied by her intern, Caitlin Muse. And I'll tell you, the stars were shining on Annapolis County that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments with respect to Mr. Dunphy's report? Sorry. Yeah. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, was it at this point in our meeting where we're going to talk about the porta potties and whatnot at our recreational facilities?
Right.
You asked me to bring it up later.
Mr. Dunphy, where are we with respect to the porta potties at the at our recreational facilities?
Yeah.
Sure. Essentially, what I could say is the management committee felt that they didn't have enough staff in public works to take care of the cleaning that has to be done with COVID. And at this point in time, we've suggested that the best course of events, if we don't have enough to protect it properly for cleaning protocols, that they wouldn't be put there yet.
I missed the last comment.
What I was saying is that because we don't have enough public works staff to clean them for COVID protocols, which means they have to be cleaned a couple of times a day, all the touch surfaces and such like that there's not enough staff available right now to do them. So therefore, we weren't putting the porta potties or portable toilets, whatever you want to call them, out in those facilities yet.
So that was a decision that the management team made, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. With the changing protocols, we've revised the policy, and we will be providing clean porta potties and washroom facilities in our outdoor facilities going forward from as soon as we can, Albert.
We can make that happen.
We will be providing new services as soon as possible. So they will be. I've been getting a lot of questions. They got them last summer, this summer, we were still COVID. I just want to know how to answer.
Any other comments, Councillor Hudson?
No, it just seems like, to myself, we have a facility, pick on one, say Raven Haven, okay? So there's no washroom facilities there, What do you tell little Johnny, go have a swim? It just seems to me that we are operating these facilities, and that, perhaps, that there is a need that we have to provide some. Like facilities that do have washrooms, and again, I'll maybe point out Jubilee Park, right? There's a washroom facilities there, like not porta potties, but there's a washroom facility. Can't those be open? Now I know it's the same with the porta potty; they still have to be sanitized and so on and so forth. But as an example, I received an email just this morning. It was outlining a situation where someone came up the river in a boat, pulled in at Jubilee Park, right? And there was a need for someone on that boat to use the washroom. They were not.
Well, I will say myself that if we have recreational facilities that are open, we should have public toilets there, and if it takes some extra staff or something to clean them for the COVID protocols, then, don't we have some COVID money? Didn't we get like $600,000 to do some I'm looking at you, Ms. Orr. Don't we have some COVID money?
We did have COVID money, yes.
We did. We've spent it all?
Yeah. But I'm not sure the cost would be that great.
Sorry?
I'm not sure the cost would be that great that could be accommodated in the budget.
So, when you say this is going to happen soon, can I be a little blunt and say, what's soon? This weekend, we're going to have porta potties, clean washrooms and clean facilities.
Where? Just at the sports hall? Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Okay.
Good. Mr. Dunphy, I'm looking at the Raven Haven report. I was there on Sunday. First time I've been there. It's quite a ways from my house. And I figured I should go. It was a lovely day on Sunday. It was beautiful. There were kids there in the water. It was really nice to see. But the canteen was closed. And I saw that basically in the canteen, everybody gets served outside. There's a little window where I guess they get served out a window. So I remember even in the lockdown, I could go to a restaurant and get served out a window. So why can't we have somebody staffing? If we're going to have some toilet facilities there, why can't we have somebody opening up that for the rest of the summer?
First, there are toilet facilities at Raven Haven, and we've hired staff to make sure that they were properly cleaned and available. That's our normal protocols. If the main room washrooms are not available, there are two pit privies or something like that that are also there at Raven Haven. So there is always going to be washroom facilities at Raven Haven. First and foremost things, when it comes to the canteen was not a full service canteen. It was only served ice cream for the last couple of years. That was the next thing. Second part about it is, with that, we never had enough staff, and this year we hired 2 staff, and one has recently resigned. So I'm left right now with just 1 person to do all the cleaning, the maintenance, and those sorts of things out there, plus, to try to do the rental, or not rentals, but the free use of the canoes and kayaks. So I just don't have enough staff. Plus, for a canteen, on top of everything else that we require for hiring, we also have to have food. They have to be trained in food service. So it would mean trying to hire more staff, and they're just not applying.
I very much would like you to find another staff person to open that canteen for the rest of the summer, if you can do that.
I will try.
Councilor LeBlanc?
Would that be for the whole 7 days or just weekends?
Whatever he can work out. Councilor Longmire?
This is probably a foolish question, but is the advertisement up for that? Like, is that still an active application available for people to apply to?
No.
Nope. But it will be.
If you want me to try to look to hire more people, then if I'm looking at trying to open it for 7 days a week, well, I'm going to have to hire at least 2 more because I can't make somebody work 7 days a week either. So I'd be looking essentially for 2 more people, and then I'd have to look and see if I have enough coverage for cleaning the washrooms and such like that. So
I've had some students reach out to me who haven't been successful seeking employment, so you never know.
That's right.
No, I'm just, what's a motion for what?
If it's to hire more people, that's going to be a lot.
I'm going to leave it to the staff, to the CAO, to do what they can with respect to getting it open. If somebody quit, then there's some money there to hire somebody new, I would think. And I'm just going to leave it to the administration to see what they can do to keep that open. It's a wonderful facility. It's used by people that don't have other facilities. We own it. I think it should be I think it should be open and you can get a drink or some pop or some hot dog or whatever they can do. And we've only got, what, 2 months left at max to use it? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. On the matter of Raven Haven, it is a beautiful facility, and you know, my kids raised there. They used to take the kids there to the cabins. We rented them years ago. The same with the campsites up top. It's a great facility, but unfortunately, you know, I really don't think the county of Annapolis should be in business in competition with our taxpayers. And I've brought this up before through the years, that perhaps Raven Haven, they should think about a franchise to get somebody to run it, because what ends up happening year after year, running the operation of Raven Haven costs the county, I'm just spitballing here, about $50,000 a year to operate Raven Haven. And there again, we're in competition with people that rent cabins, rent campsites, and have hookups, and are in the food business. I would think that we would be looking to franchise that out. I'm certain that somebody would give us a few $1,000s a year to be able to lease that property. Still have the, you know, we put some caveats in there, letting that people have free access to the beach, low rentals and the rest of it. But let somebody private operate it and rent those cabins out, and that way we might get a return from Raven Haven, and somebody else might actually make a living from it. Thanks.
Interesting idea. Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. That's not a new subject. We discussed it in previous years. We put it out to service groups, and we didn't have to get out of the way because there was no stampede. There was no traffic at all. And we've tried this in a number of ways, but we can always try it again.
Mr. Dunphy?
I was just going to put a clarification. We did try to franchise once before, but it was limited to the canteen service. So if council wants to direct it, we can put it out and franchise again and attempt to see if you want to put the cottage and the campground rentals as part of it. One other question I had, Mr. Warden, the canteen has only been an ice cream service. It takes a lot to open a full service canteen. Is that the wish that you want? Hot dog services and all the rest of these things, because that's a whole different kettle of fish than what we've been doing previously.
Well, I think that the gist of the meeting is that we want to leave it to staff to figure out the best way to run Raven Haven for the benefit of the community, and to come back to council with recommendations as to what staff would recommend that we can do with that facility to make it the best that we can for the community. So we'll leave it to staff to look at it and come back to council with some direction. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, sir. Just to let everyone know about another facility. I know at the Bridgetown Arena here, we have a canteen there, and it is operated. It's not operated on a money-making basis. We have put it out, let an operator go in. It's not a franchise. We let him go in. We let him use the equipment. There's no charge to them to use that. And we look at it, we want to offer the service, right? It's not a money maker, okay? And I just offer that, and it works well.
Councillor Cotw?
Hopefully staff will consider vending machines too.
Yeah?
Because I know we're a home business. We have signs up in our business all summer. And we are still looking for staff. Many restaurants in the area are closed 1 to 2 days a week. All restaurants are closed at 7 o'clock at night because they have no staff.
Well, we'll leave it to our staff to figure out what to do. I have another question for Mr. Dunphy. It was in 2018, there was discussion in the province about the countywide planning, and I checked it out. The actual legislation was passed in 2019 and became effective on December 3rd, 2019, that we had to have planning in the county, and we were given 3 years to do it. So that took us to December 2022, and we know now that we've got an extension to December 2023. Where are we so far in the year and a half that we've had to work on that project?
Okay, well, where we are exactly right now, ads are currently out looking to hire some planners. That's the first step. Second step about it is we're currently working on a process right now to get a RFP out for hiring a consultant. That's essentially where we are right now.
Well, what have we done in the last year and a half?
Basically what we've been doing is the background material, which is collecting the existing land uses and everything else, all the stuff that consultants generally don't do. And we're in that process right now, and we've been gathering that information right now. So we're doing a lot of the behind the scenes stuff.
What's that? What exactly?
That is what's called, first and foremost, you have to set a baseline of all your information, and it's called an existing land use survey, and that's exactly what we're doing, is gathering all those existing land uses, because before you write a zoning bylaw, we have to know what is out there and what's on the ground. So we're cross-referencing our building permit files, we're cross-referencing our fire inspection files, and then there's also physically going out. You also have to recall that we're still writing other municipal plans, still doing amendments, and so far, they're still just me, until I hire more staff to help. So we're moving ahead, but we're not rocketing either.
So, for example, on my farm property, when it's zoned, one of the zones will be agricultural, right?
We don't know that, Gordon.
You don't know that one of the zones will be agricultural?
No, because all municipal plans are developed with the community in mind, not an individual. And without the benefit of having these public consultation process for the countywide plan, which the consultant will have to conduct, we don't know that.
You don't think we're not going to have any agricultural zones?
No, I didn't say that, Gordon. What I said is individual properties. You asked your property. The Municipal Government Act, under the provincial statements of interest, says that agricultural land must be protected. But how much gets protected, what land it is, where it is, and all the rest of the stuff is going to be community decisions.
I was just wondering, like when I get my tax bill, my agricultural land is taxed different than the rest of the land.
Your agricultural land under the current regime right now essentially is tax-free to you because the province supplements the municipality to pay the municipality. What's the amount? About $1 million a year or so?
Well, no, but I'm just trying to get at your background, what you say your background information is, so that the taxes are going to help you when you see some's forestry, some's agriculture. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
You're collecting?
No, I'm sorry, Gordon. I really don't look at taxes when it comes to that. What I do is I go back and review the information. So, for example, about 10 years ago, there was an agricultural ALIP program, Agricultural Land Identification Program, that the province hired some people with. That's the information I go back to, and I start looking at that. Then I start looking at active farms and everything else. Then I also have to ask the community, but I don't look at taxation as an issue of zoning.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Dunphy with respect to his report? If not, we'll go along to...
we need a motion?
Sorry.
Did we have a motion for that?
Mr. Dunphy?
Oh, may I just point out one super duper point? Under building inspection, for the time that we're looking at, if you'll notice the value of construction, I identified compared to last year, the value of construction has increased by over $6.1 million. We are busy. There's a lot of new construction, and I think that's something that should be recognized as well. and hence why I put it in there. And as I said, if you look at the number of permits, we've gone to 58, from 58 to 141 new permits. So all of that kind of stuff has to be taken into consideration when we look at things.
Good job, Al.
Is there a motion to receive the community development report? Deputy Warden moves, second by Councillor Longmire. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, the Human Resources and Legislative Services report.
Need a motion?
Questions or comments?
Motion?
I don't see any, so I'll call for a motion to receive for information. Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Next is the the protective services is part of the human. I missed that. I did have some comments, so I'm going to just stay on that for a minute.
What page you on?
I'm on page 91.
Okay.
The dangerous and unsightly premises. Ms. Mason has circulated for us today a document, which I can find it on the documents on my desk here. Dangerous and unsightly premises. I have mine for District 3. And does anybody else have any?
Right here.
Everybody has their own, do they?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you've got no unsightly premises there.
I didn't say that. I don't have any report in front of me.
Over there, please.
I can give you mine.
Say no.
You were good.
It's a trap.
So, the background here is I had a meeting with Ms. Mason on Wednesday to review the dangerous and unsightly premises situation that we have, because I've noticed that some of them were from 2018, 2019, and I wanted to get a handle on it. Now, the document I haven't seen all your others, it has the addresses and pictures. Now, in our policy and in the actual Municipal Government Act, if one of the residents who is subject to an order, I'll call it, from Ms. Mason, who's our administrator, with respect to rehabilitating an unsightly premise, they have a right to appeal to council within 7 days. So, as councillors, we may be sitting on an appeal from one of these allegedly unsightly or dangerous premises. So the practice to date has not been to give you the address in order that you don't get contaminated if you're acting like a judge and jury on an appeal. Myself, I didn't think that would contaminate anybody to actually see the unsightly premise that was the subject of the appeal. And I believe that Ms. Mason and the CAO agreed with me, and therefore we now know in each of your constituencies, each of your districts, what the unsightly premises are that have been filed. I haven't had a chance to look at this myself, but it's got pictures. There is in our policy, if you look at the unsightly premises policy, it also says that the councillor of the district is to get a copy of all of the correspondence with respect to the unsightly premises. And I hadn't seen any to date in the 7 months I've been a councillor, and I'm assuming that if that's the policy, then that's what we'll be doing from this point forward. So that's the background to this report that you have now received. And I know you haven't had a chance to look at it. It was just handed out today, but that's the background. Any questions on that? Okay. Councillor Cotw, you've got a good district there, looks like.
What can I say? When the new CEO came, I said it was a jewel in the county.
financial services report. Oh, I'm very sorry, Ms. Ord. I really apologize. I should have done this earlier. Back to the protective services. Noise bylaw. Councillor Hudson and I have had complaints in Bridgetown of people making too much noise on Granville Street and other places. Cars, no mufflers, motorcycles, all that kind of stuff. So I looked up our noise bylaw, which we do have. We do have a noise bylaw. But my reading was that our noise bylaw really applies to people that are playing loud music, interfering with the neighborhood in that kind of a way. And so I do intend, I'm told by Councillor Hudson, who did check it out, and by Ms. Mason, that really the noise from cars, trucks, and motorcycles is a RCMP issue.
Correct.
And so I do think it's a problem in places. On my way to Raven Haven on Sunday, we had lunch in Bear River, and that valley, I have to tell you, really echoes the noise of those motorcycles when you go through. And we were eating at an outdoor restaurant on the street, and so I can say that it can be an issue at places. So I intend to have a little chat with the RCMP just to find out what their practice is with respect to too much noise. And I understand that certain motorcycles will make some noise, but sometimes it seems like the noise is maximized. And I don't know myself what the limit is or whether there is a limit, but I would like to find out because we're getting complaints about it. So
You boys better hide your motorcycle.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, there is some.
I'll pay it on.
Just for you.
No, just something further to what the board was just commented on. Along with the noise, and there's also a situation of speed. Okay, I know here in Bridgetown, and some of the complaints I have received has to do with a number of cars with these loud mufflers on, right? And so to create that noise, you have to really accelerate those things, pedal to the metal, right? Make them roll, right? And when you do that, you result in speeding. Okay, so along with the noise, there's also speeding infractions that occur. Because the only way you can treat that noise is to really accelerate those vehicles and turn the RPMs up, right? So there's another side to that as well, that there is speeding. So, and this is in particular just cars, right?
Some of them can just make noise. Some can just make noise.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Our noise bylaw doesn't kick in until, what, I think 10 or 11 o'clock at night? I think it's 11 o'clock?
I don't know.
I'm quite sure. It's 11 o'clock. And, well, it's kind of ineffectual, and I wonder why it's even on our book. Because we have nobody to enforce noise. If somebody's after 11 o'clock at night, who's going to enforce it? Are we going to call the RCMP? They're not going to deal with it. I mean, our bylaw officers are off duty at 11 o'clock at night. And who would send a bylaw officer to a party to tell them to turn the noise down at that time of night when there's probably people there whooping her up, partying her up? It could, lead to confrontation. So I do wonder why we even have a noise bylaw.
Well, Ms. Mason can perhaps respond, but I would think that the only way would be for a complaint to be filed the next day by the resident that was bothered by the noise, and then the bylaw officer would pay a visit to the subject of the complaint and indicate that there's been a complaint. Is that, Ms. Mason, is that how those are dealt with?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And hopefully the subject of the complaint would realize that perhaps he should change his behavior.
Correct.
Councillor Cotw?
No, the RCMP do report that parties will file a complaint.
Okay.
And they go automatically through.
They do go.
Have you paid those fines as well? Are you paying those fines as well?
I know they've been on property that I own.
Councillor Red?
That's no surprise, right?
It's been a little while since I read our noise bylaw, but I thought taking it at 8 p.m. And it's a little bit ridiculous in some aspects, one might say, because I believe what it says is you can hear a noise. There is some vague restriction on it. That's really not very much. But if you mow your lawn, that if I can stand off your property and hear something you're doing, I'm in violation of our noise bylaw. If I recall, that was kind of an extreme case of how it was written. So if we're serious about having a serious conversation about noise complaints, we may want to think about looking at our noise bylaw and having something that makes sense and is reasonable. About half of it was some pretty unreasonable when I was looking at it.
Okay, we'll move along to the financial report, and I apologize for bringing those things up a little late. On to the finance report. Comments, Deputy Warden?
Through you, Warden, to the financial officer. What percentage does Annapolis County receive from the deed transfer tax? So we transfer a property for $100,000. How much does Annapolis County actually get?
1.5%.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the financial report? Councillor Hudson?
Yes, on page 93 of 103, it goes on and talks about...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay, on 93 of 103.
Yeah.
Okay, it talks about the debentures that are outstanding.
Talks about the loans, yeah.
Huh?
The loans.
Loans, debentures, what have you. I would have liked to have been provided with the amounts of those various debentures, or the amount that's outstanding on those various debentures.
I'm sure those can be obtained.
Sure, I'll put them there for next month.
Well, I think if you could send them sooner than that to Councillor Hudson.
Okay.
I think he's the one that raised it, and then I think it would be helpful to put them in next committee of the whole, which actually I guess next council meeting in August.
We don't normally take departmental reports after council session in December.
And I guess if that's the case, this particular issue, if it gets to Councillor Hudson as soon as possible, I think we can deal with it in September.
Could we all advantage of that as well?
Sure, maybe we'll have, send it out to all the councillors. I had some questions myself. You go ahead, Councillor Hudson.
No, and like this, I guess this pertains to debentures or loans that are outstanding with respect to Bridgetown. I guess I would like to receive information on all debentures, not just Bridgetown. The amounts and so on and so forth.
Mr. Dick says that that's fine, so we'll all get an indication of what outstanding loans or debentures we have around the county. I spoke to Mr. Dick about this yesterday after I'd seen this in my package, And I wanted to know if there was a relationship between these loans and the Bridgetown community rate. And my understanding, and I'm happy to have any of the staff correct me, but these are loans that were put in place when Bridgetown was still a town. And they haven't yet been paid off. And they are being paid off by the residents of Bridgetown as part of the Bridgetown community rate. In other words, those of us like myself who don't live in the former town of Bridgetown, my tax monies are not going to paying off these particular loans. So the question I had for Mr. Dick was that there are other loans in the county that the county had, and I would think that some tax revenue from the town of Bridgetown is going towards paying off those loans. A small little sliver. The percentage of the people that live in Bridgetown compared to the rest of the county. So I'm just trying to be fair. I'm just trying to create some fairness here, if you understand what I'm saying. People in Bridgetown are just paying this off, but there probably were some debts that the county of Annapolis went into when Bridgetown wasn't part of the county, and in the last 6 years, some part of the tax revenue from Bridgetown has been going to pay off. Oh, and I'm wrong? Oh, cool. Good. Can you straighten me out, Ms. Ord?
Yeah.
You have to speak up.
No part of the general tax base would be paid for by Bridgetown residents.
No part of the
debenture.
Sorry, I'm having trouble
No part of
here.
those debentures would be paid by the residents of Bridgetown.
No part of the debentures that the county had entered into before the dissolution of Bridgetown no people from Bridgetown are paying towards those. And how do you do? Okay, good. That seems fair then to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, question.
Good. I'm glad I asked the question. Any other questions on the financial report? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion to receive. So moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Cotw. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion's carried. It's 5 after 12. Why don't we just deal with the CAO report, just so that we can clean off the departmental reports before we come back after lunch. The CAO's report is before us, and I hope you understood his sense of humor in the first sentence.
Move to receive.
Moved to receive by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion, Councillor Morrison.
I'm wondering if we might receive some words on the water situation.
I'm sorry?
I'm wondering if we might receive some words on the water situation.
That's well asked. Mr. Dick was prepared to respond to the question.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So, of course, there's a lot of anxiety in the community about where we are in terms of water for Ramble Ferry, certainly in respect of the people in Annapolis Royal, and actually last night I got an email from people in Cornwallis asking about the number of trucks that have been going in and out of Cornwallis taking water. I want to start off by saying that the workers in Public Works have done a phenomenal job in addressing this issue. I'm amazed at the level of commitment that they've exhibited over this time frame, and have to respect the fact that some of them have been working 12, 13, 14 hours a day since this happened a couple of weeks ago. I've been up there at least 3 times. I know Deputy Warden was up there. I know Councillor Bartow was up there. The Warden and I went up one day. I even took my bicycle up one day, and I had to get an ambulance to help me out because it was much higher higher incline than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was a flat surface until I got to the top of it. And I have to say publicly that I respect the work that all the employees have done. Not just Public Works, but the employees from other departments have gone out and issued public service announcements. People have been delivering water, and I would encourage any councillor that sees anybody that's involved to congratulate them and thank them for the efforts that they've expended. Certainly the taxpayer might be having a different perspective on this because we're all concerned about not having potable water. Just to give you a sense of what it is, it looks like the problem that we incurred was something that may have been there, I'm going to say, for as long as 15 or 20 years. I think it was a slow leak that developed into something much more. And for those of us that were at the tank and watched the water coming out, fire hoses wouldn't spit out that much water coming out of the water tank. What ended up happening, and the long story short, we had to cut an opening in to allow people to get access to the tank. That would be, I don't know, half the size of the doors in the back room. And we had to cut out the whole bottom portion of the tank. And we had to cut them out in relatively small pieces because we couldn't get them out of the facility. That would take probably 20 minutes of work time, and then the workers would have to leave the facility because of health and safety rules that you can only spend so much time in confined space. That took a fair amount of time. At one point we thought we were going to have to remove all the gravel and all the sand to a depth of at least a foot and replace it all. Luckily, we were able to determine that we didn't have to do that. So after all that was done, we had to get a replacement floor, and of course that had to come in small pieces as well and had to be welded. So I can happily say that that whole process is now finished. We've got a new floor in there. We've x-rayed the floor. The floor seems to be holding. The next step is we're going to fill the tank up, let it sit for 24 hours, let the water out again, and if everything is fine at that point, then we have to epoxy the whole bottom portion of the tank and the floor, let it cure for about 3 days, refill the tank, test the water, empty it all, then fill it up again and test it again, and if we get 2 positive tests, we can distribute the water through our normal system. That 2 weeks ago, I mean, it's a moving target. At one time we thought we might be out 2 months, then it was 2 weeks. Last Monday it was the end of July. Now it looks like it's going to be the middle of next week. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the test will come back positive, that we will have drinkable water in Granville Ferry and in Annapolis Royal. At this point, we've got another public service announcement that's gone out. This will be the 4th one, so there's really been no change for those community members that are concerned about it. There's been no change since the one that was issued a couple of Fridays ago. The water condition still is in the same position it has been. We're using our reservoir to provide water to Granville Ferry. People in Annapolis Royal are getting it primarily from our water system in Cornwallis, of which we have an abundant supply. But there was a concern there because it was on manual and they had to actually go to Digby to get water. It will be a cost to the system, certainly in terms of transporting that water back and forth from Cornwallis and Digby. Certainly we don't know what the numbers are in terms of fixing the tank, but it's going to be a fairly significant number that we'll have to address at that point. We're just waiting for final confirmation with the Department of Environment in terms of do we have to continue to boil water to wash dishes, as odd as that may sound. But we're expecting a positive response back from them today. Not that it's drinkable, but you can shower, you can wash clothes in it, you can wash your dishes in it, just don't drink it. And as I said, we're hoping by middle of next week that we'll be completely remediating this whole problem, and we'll be back to where we were 2 months ago.
Any questions on that? Councilor Red?
So there were different requirements for Annapolis Royal and Granville Ferry. Was that just communication standards, or was there just the same water supply?
Well, it's the same water supply, but we couldn't get water to them because we had no water to get to them. So the water that we're giving to Granville Ferry is from some old reservoirs that we've had, and we don't have enough capacity to move that across the river to Annapolis Royal. That's why they were getting it from Cornwallis and Digby.
So that's why there were different requirements.
Any other questions on that or anything else in the CAO's report, Councilor Cotw?
While we're on
trust. We're actually drilling some more wells out there to ensure we don't have the recurrent problem we seem to be having on a regular basis with lack of water.
Any other questions for the CAO? Seeing none, I'll ask for his report to be received. Oh, Councillor Reddy.
I didn't know if we were just staying on water there or moving on to other things.
Sorry?
I didn't know if we were just staying on water or moving on to other things.
No, other things.
I have a couple questions about the internet project progress.
Can't hear.
The internet project in progress. I was wondering if we had some information. I know Public Works is busy. There's no report here.
So Public Works doesn't have a report because we don't have an engineer. Certainly in the internet project, we will be having some further discussions in the closed session today. But as of yesterday, I think we recognize that there's going to be some connections happening immediately that was supposed to start last week. And I can't remember what all the sections were. Gordon showed me what they were specifically. That's phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 have been moved around. Phase 3 was, what section of the county was that?
I think that the Hampton to Parker's Cove got bumped from number 2 to number 3, and we're told it's because that there are a lot of water courses there, and Eagle has to get permission from a federal department in order to cross the water courses, and that approval is slow coming, and so instead of going and hooking up the Hampton to Parker's Cove area, I think they've gone down to District 4 somewhere, down to Bramble Beach, maybe? Is that right? So, and then they're starting in District 1, up in the Morden area. They're starting to hook up. So, I don't want to interrupt.
No, I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say. They're as they keep telling us, they're on schedule. I think they're probably a little bit behind schedule, but the expectation is the last installment will still be in the late fall of 2021.
And is there advertising materials going around for this?
Can't hear.
Is there advertising materials being distributed? I know we talked about the flyers at one point, and I think Pleasant City had the same one.
The best information is on the Seaside website, and if you look at the last page of the Reader, the current edition, there's a reference to that website in the Reader. There's also a reference to it on our website. It's not perfect. I've looked at it. I try to figure it out. Look, I want to have a chat with Eagle myself. I haven't done it myself. And Mr. Dick has tried to, and there's been issues that we haven't been able to actually sit down with these people. I want to do it like in the next week. Pardon me? Thursday? Like this week? Okay, so...
It happened, just like that.
So I would love to, I completely agree with Councillor Redden that everybody's interested in it, everybody's waiting for it, everybody doesn't understand when it's coming, and they need to know. And it's our project. It's whether that's good or bad, it's ours. And so we can't really blame it on Seaside isn't communicating right or Eagle isn't putting it up quick enough. It's ours. So I myself want to take a little more control about how this is rolling out. And so I'll report as soon as, if we're having a chat on Tuesday, then I'll send out a note to everybody. Mr. Dunphy?
I'm just going to mention that the internet project, there will be, every year we do a county newsletter. The county newsletter is now in draft. It's sent around to each department to have one last look. Then it goes out. That internet project, I believe, is on the first page with detailed information as well. So we'll be going to almost every household in Annapolis County very soon.
Well, that'll be good. Anything else for the CAO? Do we have a motion to receive this
Yes,
report?
we did.
Do we? I'm told by Councillor LeBlanc that we do. Trust her completely. So I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. So we'll come back at 1:15. Okay. Welcome back after lunch. Thank you very much. It looks like we're all here. Next is the warden's report, which I traditionally do orally, so that everybody watching can hear me. I got 10 things I've listed here. First, because of my legal background, I assist the CAO with his required communications with our lawyers. I do this on a daily basis, and it takes a lot of time. Secondly, I'm in regular communication with counselors with questions and updates of things going on. Thirdly, I have a daily interaction with the CAO, usually many times a day, by email or by telephone or sometimes in person. Fourthly, on July the 7th, the CAO and I met with Mr. John Wales, who was proposing a seniors college for Annapolis County, similar to what he was running in the Amherst area. We met with the mayor and CAO of Annapolis Royal. I was quite intrigued with his proposal because I've been a member of a similar seniors college in Halifax. However, a few days later he sent us a note saying that he was going to not pursue that possibility. I forget exactly the reason, but he wasn't going to do it. Last week, Mr. Dick and I met with the mayor and CEO of Annapolis Royal to discuss an economic development matter and the response to the water issue, so that we could tell them what we knew and they could tell us what they knew. Sixth, I did go out to the water tank. I did see the water coming out the bottom, and I saw them pulling off that round door and looked inside, actually went inside the tank to see what was going on. It was something I couldn't tell just with the naked eye. Seventh, I had a meeting with staff regarding the dangerous and sightly premises that I've referred to earlier. Eighth, each week I review all the expenditures of the county. I sign the checks, and I take great care of that, and as Heather would tell you. Yesterday, Councillor Hudson and Mr. Dick and I met with Roger Studevant regarding the Bridgetown School. He lives across the road from the school. He's a former planner. Some of you may know him. He took us around the school. He had a little document for us prepared, and we went around the school and he explained what we might do there. It was quite helpful. And during the last couple of weeks, I've assisted staff with the negotiations and formalities of the sale of the Basin View complex. So that's what I've been doing for the past month. Any questions, comments?
Move to receive.
Move to receive. Second, Councillor Longmire. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next is a report from the Forestry Advisory Committee. This is in your package. I've spoken to the Deputy Warden, and he can speak to them. What we're going to do is make these, instead of a recommendation to council, there'll be a recommendation to staff, so staff can review these proposals and then report to council or to committee of the whole. So,
On a point of order,
sure.
a committee is going to recommend directly to staff?
It's going to refer its motion, I guess you'd call it, to staff, so that staff can review it to determine if there are financial implications of what the Forestry Committee wants to do.
I'd like to hear the wording, because doesn't this have to go to council?
Of course.
Well, it could be I guess if you wanted to, let me back up a little bit. I think what Mr. Dick intends to do in the future is there's a staff person with each committee, which hasn't been the practice so far. Correct. So, for example, I'll just take a look at the first one. The recommendation from this committee is to appoint a bylaw enforcement personnel or to use our own personnel to do certain things. Well, clearly staff has to have an input in that because it might possibly require the hiring of somebody. If there was a staff person on the committee, then that staff person could probably take the committee's wishes and then perhaps even jointly with the committee report to council. Right now we have this report from these committees, and what we're trying to do is to get staff to be involved with respect to whether there's any financial or other issues before it comes before council. And all we're trying to do is somehow get this to staff. That's all we're trying to do.
But the path to staff is through the committee of the whole and council.
Well, as I said, if we have a staff member on the committee, I'm hopeful. What I think we'd like to do is streamline the process so we don't have the committee recommending committee of the whole, recommending to council, council sending it to staff, staff bringing it back. Just seems to me like we're spending a lot of time going through a lot of process, whereby if we have a staff member at the committee, that the committee and the staff member can bring it forward once instead of twice.
But what if we don't agree with the basic premise of the endeavor? We will never find out until we get a report from this staff member.
Well, we can have a voice there say we don't like it.
But this is quite a change. And I can see great possibilities for it. If I want to bypass council with things I'd like to do on a committee on which I serve, I'll just send it to the staff. But a motion is going to be made here.
Right.
But that's not the way you'd like to operate in the future. In the future, you'd like the committee to ask the staff member that is with the committee to explore something.
Well, that's right. There's going to be a staff member with each committee, as I understand it, so that if there are issues such as hiring somebody, there can be some information coming back from staff, or there could be any number of issues that arise.
But that might be...
So that when the report comes back to committee of the whole, it'll have the input of staff at that time.
And maybe all of that input and effort is wasted because in our wisdom, we might not want whatever it was the staff member was asked to do. You're asking, gee, it really seems to me that you're bypassing committee of the whole and council.
Anybody else want to dive in on this?
Yeah, I will.
Go ahead.
I will. I see the same thing. It's because there will be like 2 people from council involved in the committee possibly, plus another member of our staff. So when does the remainder of council get involved into asking questions or asking to see certain bits and pieces before this person returns? And I'm not saying they're not possible in doing that, but there might be other questions that other members might have thought of that this 2 to 3 person committee did not. So how do we not lose questions and information from other council members and doing it kind of the way you're saying? that's kind of where I'm looking at.
Well, as I understand the practice right now, when I'm looking at this committee, without any staff input, is recommending to council whatever it's recommending. And so it's going to go to council. And when it goes to council, without at that point having any interaction with staff, I would think council's going to say, okay, staff, what do you think about this? And then it's going to go to staff. And then staff's going to come back with a report. So if that's the way you want it to work, I'm okay with that. I'm just trying to streamline the process. Councillor Sheridan?
Yeah, I think the way I interpret it is that you just want a staff member on board so they can clarify the motion before the motion comes to committee of the whole and have recommendations or the costs that it might incur. That's the way I look at it. Am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, I would think that before it gets to council or committee of the whole even, there should be some staff information about the cost and where the money's coming from and any other thing that the committee may not have thought of. That's all.
And that's what I'm reading.
So I'm just trying to
that's what I
streamline the process somehow. And if it's the wisdom of I guess we're in committee of the whole, if it's the wisdom of committee of the whole that you would like the committee to report to committee of the whole, committee of the whole report to council, council then refer to staff, and staff come back with a report. It's not a hill to die on for me.
Well, if I may add something to that, maybe you could, the staff person could sit with the committee at the time.
That's what
right.
Happens.
But that piece can be, but then it'd be brought to committee of the whole with
exactly
the information that's. So it's only that piece you want.
There would be a staff member sitting with the committee.
Okay.
Before the committee would report to committee of the whole, that staff member would provide some input in the report to committee of the whole from the committee.
Okay, so that's not what I heard the first round, but that's fine.
Where are we? Councillor Longmire?
I just wanted, through you, Warden, Councillor Sheridan, that was exactly where I was going. You explained it the way I thought I heard it.
That's the way
and so it is just streamlining.
We're just trying to streamline it so it doesn't go to council twice.
Yeah, this is an educational process because some of us here, 5 of us I think, were brought up that first of all, there wouldn't be staff members in all the committees. And second, if there was a staff member, that the committee couldn't direct the staff member to do anything. And so now we're ending up where, for instance, I chair a committee and I might end up chairing another committee. So the staff member that's in on that committee can be directed by the committee to do things.
I'm going to invite Mr. Dick now to jump in with his experience in municipal government and ask him to address this issue, if you don't mind.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Ward. I don't think there's any issue with committees directing staff members because that's what the committee is for. I agree with the warden is if we don't do it this way, the process just takes way too long. And then we're running by committee. We're not running through a CAO process. So if you have a staff member there, some of these motions might not even get to council or committee. If there's a staff person on it that says, okay, it's going to cost us, X dollars, or we don't have the staff, or whatever the circumstances are, then that committee may decide that it's not worth pursuing. If the committee decides that it's worth pursuing, then the whole report, subject to that committee's approval, would come back to this group for approval.
I think that's great. I've always wanted a staff member to direct things to.
Councillor Redden?
So, probably going to just reiterate a lot of what's been said here. Initially, it sounded like you wanted a vetting process by staff, and I had a lot of problem with a committee of council being gate-kept by a staff member before something then came to committee of the whole. It's sounding a lot more like it's a very complimentary process of staff offering input as recommendations are being formed to go to the committee of the whole. Is this
right?
Nail on the head?
Yeah.
Okay. I like that.
Okay.
Did not like when there was a gatekeeping process.
Right.
Yeah.
sensing consensus, and that now we're back to the question of this particular, we have a motion that is going to come from this committee, and I guess I was just trying to stop it from going to council twice. So what I was suggesting is that this motion get some staff involvement before it comes back, so that, for example, this idea that we might hire somebody, the report can say, here's the options. If we hire somebody, it'll cost this much, or we have a person that can do it, and it'll take 10% of their time. And so, we can have a better idea of what we're doing. So, I still want this issue on this forestry and also the glyphosate, where it's suggesting some kind of a study that might cost some money, to get some staff involvement before it goes to council, if you want to call it together, okay? So that the usual kind of here, and the committee is still going to report to council, report to committee of the whole and then to council, but it'll go along with some staff input about different things. So I still would like, how do we get this into some staff input before it comes before council is my question, I guess. I'd like to just refer to staff and have it come back.
You outlined that today we will have nothing to do with these two motions.
Well,
because the committee, has the committee asked a staff member, or does the committee have?
I spoke to the deputy warden before the meeting, suggested that the motions read that that the Forestry Advisory Committee, for example, recommends that this matter be referred to staff for a full report to committee of the whole, something like that. That's what I had in mind.
Shall we get them on the table?
Well, have I answered your question, Councilor Morrison?
So when a motion is made, we will simply be considering the motion to get the stuff to staff, whatever that language is.
Yeah, we're just trying to get it to staff. So
when do we, so we don't comment on the substance today?
Oh, we're welcome to.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
Everybody's
okay.
welcome to.
So we're going to do it all.
Well, we're going to refer it, but maybe council's going to have some interesting idea in the referral that that staff shouldn't just look at this; they should look at that. For all I know.
So in the future, if I'm chairing a committee and we meet the day after council meeting, then the staff will work on it until the next committee of the whole, and then we'll...
That's what I'd like to see.
Okay, great.
If I may interject, I mean, that's all subject to the time, how much time it takes. You can't guarantee that. It might be, I mean, what you're asking for might take 4 months for a staff member to put that information together, but it would be available at a subsequent committee of the whole meeting.
So, Deputy Warden, would you like to read a motion, I guess, as we discussed before, that the committee recommends that this be referred to staff for a further report or something like that?
Will we amend them? May I start? Can I read a little blurb that I've got beforehand?
Yeah.
Before that. Okay, so the Forestry Advisory Committee met. We surveyed a list of properties owned by the county, and we developed a list of 19 forested properties of 20 acres or more. We did that because these are our heavy forested properties that are in the background and nobody checks that off, right? Nobody ever does. Or at times, we're 20 or more acres when combined with neighboring properties, also owned by the county. From there, we had two ideas, right? First, we should ask staff to visually inspect these properties and look for bylaw infractions. We want to know if the property is being used for illegal dumps, camps, neighboring logging, might be encroaching on county land. Secondly, we wanted the county to model healthy forest practices, this would be in the second motion, that maintain wildlife environment, assurance of space for healthy tree growth, and do not deplete the health of our forest floor or water table. We want to be good stewards of our land. Our plan is to begin discussion with a group who specialize in silviculture and forestry practices and start the process of looking at our land. So what came from this was the recommendations from the Forest Advisory Committee to Committee of the Whole. Number one, identify possible bylaw infractions on county-owned forested lands in accordance with the recommendation of the Forest Advisory Committee. I move to recommend that municipal council, now this is we might want to amend this in a second, that municipal council direct the CAO to appoint bylaw enforcement personnel to locate, visually inspect, identify possible bylaw infractions on county-owned forested lands that exceed 20 acres, and this exercise be completed annually. You want the second one from that?
No, we'll deal with that one.
Okay.
Any chance I can get a copy of that?
You have it.
It's in
It's in the packet.
He just did a prelude, but it's on page,
I thought the whole purpose was, so is it as presented in the packet?
No, I think what we're going to do with the deputy warden's consent is it'll be the same, only instead of recommending that municipal council direct the CAO, it'll be recommend that it referred to staff and then it can just follow along the same as it is, recommend to staff, and then we'll get a report and go from there. Is that all right, Deputy Warden?
That's fine.
And is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Morrison seconds. So are there any questions to the Deputy Warden with respect to what he's proposing? Councillor Morrison?
Well, I still don't know why we're doing this, because if the intent is to go from committee to staff, or are we doing it today just because we have these?
We're doing it today just because
and in the future
we're starting a new process where we're going to have staff members with the committees in the future. So today we have to deal with what's before us, and we haven't had any staff involvement with this yet.
Thank you.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. And if I can clarify this for staff. Our idea is that we don't need a staff person leaving the office and driving to this piece of land out in the woods or something just for that trip. But our idea was our bylaw enforcement is all over the county. They travel all over. So a lot of times it may be to pick up a cat here, or because there's some illegal dumping going there, they got to investigate from one thing to another. A lot of the times, they're driving right by different properties that Annapolis County owns. In my world, it would make sense that while that bylaw enforcement officer was in that part of the country, I'm not asking him to go stomping through the woods. Most of these properties have a road going to them. By traveling the road, you can usually find, when you find the property, come to the property, you can usually see from the road what bylaw infractions might be going on. This can be done over time. We're not looking for a report back on 20 properties in the next month. We're talking about probably within the year, right? Just to get back to us, just to let us know, because nobody goes to look at our municipal properties. Last year, I'll bring this up, a property in Carsdale that obviously nobody had been by for quite a while. And we all of a sudden found out that, somebody had cleared it off. By God, there's a road to the beach. Kind of a blind favor the guy did to us. But nonetheless, it was an infraction on our county land that we should have been aware of before, or while it was going on. So that's where this kind of stems from. I know when I look at the maps of our different lands, the picture that we have and the picture that's present now in the aerial photograph, you see differences on them. Some you see and there might be a camp on it. And some you look at, is that a road going through there? We don't know. Because nobody's really been up to that property to have a look at it, even from the road. I believe that it's important for us to know what's going on in our municipal land. I really do. So that's where that stems from, this motion. It's not anything that's got to be done this also a waste of taxpayers' dollars to wait for something to happen, and then we got a whole bunch of trips of staff traveling back and forth to that piece of ground because, oh my God, somebody's put a road on or cleared off a road or whatever. You know, I think this is a sort of a look at it ahead of time before the problem comes around, before we realize there is a problem. It's preemptive to it.
Councilor Block?
From my understanding, we have 19 properties that are 20 acres or more, but we have X amount of other properties that are less than 20?
Oh my God.
How many less than 20? Just to, yeah? What?
There's a lot, there's a big
40 or
book
50?
of properties there, yeah.
Okay. So, and this is something that would be wanting to be checked on annually. Well, has anybody thought about buying a drone? Because checking 20 acres properly, 19 of them plus 40 to 50 other ones, so he tells me.
Well,
Why not get a drone? Or have somebody have a drone, and you could take them maybe a couple weeks or whatever. Or the bylaw people, if they wish and can have time to do this, a drone would certainly be the asset of the day to be able to cover more stuff fast.
I think that as this comes back to us, these sorts of issues, hopefully, and it's a good point, can be raised, but did you not say it would just be drive-bys?
I would just imagine that in most cases, we're going to find bylaw infractions if they're happening on our property just by driving to it. You'll soon find that somebody's either got a road going off there. The biggest investment, I really believe, other than time, that the county might have to make is whoever this person is, might have an app on their phone so that they can know where the location of the property is. And, you know, and it's all there on your phone nowadays. Not right, David? Through you, Warden, to David, that they can do that nowadays. Magic to me, but nonetheless they can. And I would think that who's ever doing this would have that on their phone, and they'd be able to go right to the road. And you'll soon find out the road that if there's a path going in the woods on our land, well, you know it goes to something. Then your drone might come in. I'm not up for sending people off in the woods on their own, but a drive-by usually will tell us pretty much what's going on around that land. If somebody's got a tractor up there, or somebody, you know, what's going on.
One of the questions I asked you before the meeting was where the 20 acres comes from?
Well, we figured the 20 acres these are fairly big sections of property that we own. And we have a lot of small ones. I mean, I think maybe it's apt as well to, for that person to know where all of our properties are and to keep an eye on, because we have so many of them that were given to us, well, because somebody subdivided as the one in Cardiff. That's how we ended up with that. Somebody subdivided a bunch of property. They had to give us some recreation space for it. So we have a lot of these around. You know, 1 acre, 2 acre lots. We have many that are, you know, even more. But we thought that the 20 acre plus ones were ones that certainly should be looked at for let me see, what's the word I'm looking for? Forested lands. These are heavily forested lands. Not much going on the property, right? A lot of them, these little places are right next door to somebody, and somebody, you know, generally knows who owns the land. Well, that's county land, right? But not in our bigger areas, right? 20 acres. That's why we just decided that we have so many properties that let's focus the forestry committee on the ones that are 20 acres or more that we know are quite heavily forested. That's where.
So it's just a number your committee came up with.
That's just the magic number because we had so many. Most of those properties were heavily forested.
Councillor Bartow?
I think when we were discussing that, Debbie Wood kind of brought that up, but in reflecting on it, I think that possibly the enforcement people could look at all our properties
Anybody else? There's a motion on the floor to refer this to staff. Councillor Connell?
In previous years, we did have people go on some of the land over past the keel there. They went in several years and cut very well. Cut areas off. And we heard through grapevine that it was happening. We got a sense that way there. So it happens. I know on the old incinerator dump on Crisp Road, we got monitoring wells there and stuff like that. Fairly good block of land there. And I think, and knowing what's coming up in the second motion, I think if we're gonna try to convince other property owners to do good ownership of forestry, then we should be leading by example. And it's came up to this council numerous times, is that we should have, because we have some fairly good sized lots. And I know that my annoyance is when somebody comes in and buys a 60-acre lot and doesn't want anybody on it, and they get cheap taxes at 25 cents an acre, and the top of the spruces are breaking off because they're paying for their lights pay. But they won't allow any cutting on it because it's their property that they want it done. But they enjoy the 25 cents an acre. But if we're going to try to encourage forestry and happen, then we should be leading by example. We should be taking some of our big blocks of land and having to put that on. Is the wood to its life cycle? Should it be cut? Should it be sold? It also creates jobs. And I know for a fact that even one time we encouraged the exhibition grounds wanted to rebuild one of the barns. We offered the oxygen crew and the workhorse crews, and they went out on the land on Crisp Road and went in and cut all the logs all the road by oxen and horses and milled them off and did the repairs. So I mean, there's avenues that we could be using our land to help the older citizens, no matter if it's creating social jobs or showing leadership. You gotta start it.
That's more for the second motion that was coming up, I think.
That's right.
The motion on the floor is the first one, to refer this to staff, to come back to us. Any further comments? If not, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Second one, Deputy Warden.
Yes, sir. Recommendation of Forestry Advisory Committee to Committee of the Whole. Pursuant or assessment of county-owned lands greater than 20 acres. Pursuant to the recommendation of the Forest Advisory Committee, I move to recommend that municipal council direct the CAO or staff to contact Western Woodlot Forest Cooperative regarding assessing selected woodlots owned by the municipality that are over 20 acres with the goal of providing recommendations for forest management council.
So that would be again a referral to staff.
Referral to staff.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Longmire. Discussion?
That's not a recommendation.
No, it's not a recommendation. It's a recommendation to refer to staff. Seeing no hands up, all those in favor say aye.
Oh, there's a
Aye.
question here.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the Glyphosate Advisory Committee. And again, this will be the same idea. It'll eventually be a referral to staff, but go ahead, Deputy Warden.
Yeah, the Glyphosate Advisory Committee met after having a look at articles about countries around the world and their legislative response to banning the product. There is no doubt that there are risks involved in using this product. we are limited as to how we can affect its use. We cannot, for example, make laws banning the product for agricultural uses when farmers are required to complete a regime of pesticides used for the province, used for provincial and federal licensing approval applies. What we can do is affect how we use it on our own properties, and perhaps how residents use it cosmetically. Our plan is to solicit input from businesses and residents of the county and collect the information about how it is currently in use, whether constituents are opposed to its use, and what alternatives there is to its use. And from that, the recommendation from the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, ad hoc, to Committee of the Whole, solicit information from county residents regarding use of glyphosate in Annapolis County, in accordance with the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee. I move to recommend that the Municipal Council solicit information from county residents on the use of glyphosate in Annapolis County through its website and the Bridgetown Reader, and that the text be: the municipality of the County of Annapolis is aware of the steps being taken by communities and countries around the world to ban the use of glyphosate. While there are hundreds of examples to study, we would like your input on this issue. Please respond to these 3 questions. What's not in here is by September 30th. How is glyphosate used in the county, residentially, agriculturally, etc.? What effective alternatives are there to using glyphosate products? And 3, would you support a ban on glyphosate in our public spaces to protect humans and animals, domestic and wild, and the ecosystems from exposure? We greatly appreciate your thoughts and interest. This is, right, if I may go on, or do you want to get a seconder?
Well, and that's a referral to staff rather than to the council, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, well, your motion says to recommend to municipal council, but you're going to recommend it be referred to staff and then come back?
Yes, I can make that change.
And is there a seconder to that motion? Councilor Prout seconds. Did you want to say something further with respect to that issue, Deputy Warden?
Yes, because we talked about the staff. When the staff person and I talked about this earlier, we had thought that rather than make more work for staff, I would receive the comments, being the chair of the glyphosate committee. I would receive the comments on my computer, thank the people for their input. I would compile these, send them on to my glyphosate compadres here, and so they can read them and we'll be abreast of them. And then we could come up with a report in October, because we thought that, as a matter of fact, we had mentioned October 1st, I think, is when we would meet again. So they would be aware of the comments made. I would then further send those on to our deputy clerk or clerk, and they would have a copy of them on a dipstick or something like that. And yeah, and then we'd make our report at the end of it, what the county, people in the county feeling. So hopefully by putting this out there, we'll get both sides of the story presented to us. And then from that, we can maybe come back, if you'd like to say committee, come back and make a recommendation. Thank you.
Comments, questions? Councilor Morrison?
Are we going to use software that will protect the identity of the person making the comments?
I'll ask Mr. Dick to respond to that question.
My gut say no. If we're going to be using responses from people, we should have their identity.
So then members of the committee, at least one member of the committee will know the identity of everybody. and how that person has voted. But will the rest of the committee members have that as well, or just the chair?
David, did you have a comment?
Yeah, are all the committee members counselors?
Yes.
We could set up a group email and have it distributed to everyone if that's a choice.
I'd like to make a comment that getting into the glyphosate, I'm not adverse to it. I just want everybody to know you're really opening up a hornet's nest. Okay? And I do want this to go to staff to think about what you're doing. There's a real question as to whether we have any jurisdiction to do anything, for one thing. Now, I do know, and I've sent to the deputy warden that there's a town in Quebec that apparently did pass a bylaw with respect to glyphosate, but it seemed like it was a town and not a rural community. But I know that the farmers in Annapolis County, the vast majority of them use glyphosate, and it's integral to their whole operation. And that if we start marching down the road where we might try to do something to stop it, that whole agricultural community is going to be at our doorsteps. It's their livelihood. It really is. Now, I'm not saying one way or the other about how I feel about it. I'm just telling you that there's our whole agricultural community depends on this product, the way that agriculture has evolved. And I'm not going to say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying that's a fact. So I think this needs to be thought about carefully before we open the hornet's nest. Councillor Cotw?
Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate your comments. I've spoken to a number of farmers, and I know other members, I would assume other members, maybe I can't speak for all, but the word I know has. And it is an integral part. And in our discussions, I had the understanding that we're looking at information on like what, if anything, is the county doing on county lands. We're not looking to in any way impinge on agricultural uses, because as you say, today's farmers, with Roundup resistant seed and whatnot, if you didn't have that product, and they're trained in it, they're upgraded and trained. After Cotw goes with transportation and infrastructure renewal, the work that was done there, and the Intel had a license at one time to apply it. From my point of view, it's not the purview or the intent of this committee to in any way put roadblocks in front of farmers.
Mr. Warden?
Yes?
I just have a question. So it sounds like there's two concurrent discussions going on. So the motion is now to give this to staff.
Right.
So it won't be councilors.
Not right away, but it's going to come back.
So right now it's going to staff.
Going to staff. But we're talking about it. Everybody can talk about it. Councillor Bartow?
When we talk about it, there's integral points for the agriculture Canada, Health Canada, and its different goals. There's different things in place already. I think one of our concerns was like, maybe set by example on the county lands, like that we don't do anything that's going to be perceived as altruistic. But the aerial spraying of forests and stuff is a bit of a concern because there's overspray. There's the agriculture on farms. It's very controlled. It's applied specifically. Whereas if you go to the forestry and you try to take a mixed forest and turn it into a single growth forest, which has disasters written all over it as well. If all of a sudden there's a disease in that, what's left over, you get nothing. The overspraying brooks, the wildlife that's devastated by that, that maybe if we were going to do any targets, that we would target that way. It's not a global thing, or not, at least not at this point, to pinpoint agriculture. That was not even in the discussions very much, because it's something that's regulated by federally and provincially right now, which we can't override anyway. But if we could influence to limit the amount that will affect the environment more globally by aerial spraying and as such, and cosmetics applications, then maybe that would be a route that we could gain low ground on. But in saying that, this is very preliminary, and maybe this add-on committee won't stay afloat for a long period of time. I don't know, but we were mandated to meet, discuss it. We did a lot of research, and I think every member of the committee did. I did myself. That some of our findings, boil down to that. I'm not sure that puts a little different light on it than what was originally. It sounded like we were attacking out agriculture, but that wasn't the piece. Because the alternatives to what you say are probably more dangerous than that part. So you don't want to trade a devil for a witch. And it's been used for a period of time now, and successfully and permitted, and our health has did a lot of studies on. Of course, the studies are, one study says this, another one comes down and defeats that study, and you can pay somebody to do a study and get whatever result it seems like, but they did things with reviewing studies with a separate bunch of scientists that, so it's been well studied and researched, and the science has been brought into it. So I think that as far as glyphosate goes, it's not going away, or at least, but if we can rein it in and keep it from being exploited and used outside the mandate for agricultural production, that maybe we made a step in the right direction, or maybe we
Can we call for a vote on the motion to refer this to staff and bring it back to council? Can we do that? So I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. King's Transit report. Any comments?
We need a motion, because we got the last time.
Receive for information. Do you want to make that motion? Or?
Sure, yeah.
Do you want to make a motion to receive that for information?
Yeah. I lost my place.
We're
It's
on page 99.
Yeah. You'll have to just make it up. Receive for information. There's no...
I do have a...
It's moved by Deputy Ward, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc to receive for information. Comments, Councillor LeBlanc?
Yes. If we're looking on page 101,
101, yeah.
and you look at the year 23-24, that is where that number of $650,000 would be for another new bus for our county, which we discussed before about the fact that they've asked for the county to decide where this money would come from to be prepared. At this particular time, we're supposed to get a report back, or we're going to talk about King's Transit or transportation with the staff and the CAO at one point. We'll get a report, I presume. Do we know what we will get for a report and when?
It will be in the fall.
You can speak up.
Yes, sure. It'll be in the fall, and I met with the CAOs yesterday, and we'll be meeting with them again shortly to talk about specifically King's Transit and Valley Waste. We're just trying to schedule a date for the next meeting that the wardens and mayors will be invited to as well.
The mayors will be invited as well. Okay, good, because they're going to be asking, or they're going to be waiting to see if we are going to continue with that ordering of that bus, because they will be wanting to discuss it. I know that the county of Digby has decided not to order the bus before at this time. So
they're not going to order the bus?
They're not. So the thing about us ordering the buses, that we're getting this at the end of the month, hopefully, the new one. If we order in threes, then you get a better price compared to one at a time. So if we're leaning in not doing that, or we're leaning in doing it, whichever the ones that gets decided as council, we should tell them either way, because it affects both things.
So are you going to be coming back on that point? So that'll be included in your report.
And council will have to decide. That's the only information I have to.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none, the motion is to receive for information. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried. Next is the Trans-County Transportation Society report. Councilor Cotw has a little memo there.
Thank you. As I said, I unfortunately missed that meeting. I had a medical appointment. The times have changed around a bit. But I have read all the information for that meeting, and as well I had spoken with TCTS General Manager Nicole Hackett-Smith. Get a further report from my notes or from materials. I think the big three things are items 2, 3, and 4. The COVID seems to be, we're getting a better grip on it. Things are opening up. The number of bookings have increased going into Halifax. Remember that had been shut down a month before due to the third wave. And long-term care facilities are now permitted to start having outings, and some charters have been booked through TCTS for June and July. And of course, also number 4, number of calls are getting from clients wanting their second vaccine dose. So, and that's continuing to be
items on, if there are any, and we are not meeting through, much like the council with our committee, the whole meeting in August. The next meeting is in September for PCPS.
And we need a motion.
A motion to receive for information. Councillor LeBlanc moves, Deputy Warden seconds. Discussion, any questions for Councillor Prout? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, the Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee. Councillor Prout again.
Thank you. Just a short synopsis of 2 of our 3 meetings. The first meeting was more or less housekeeping, picking the chair and vice chair and trying to see where we might get out from there. Since then, on May 31st, we had a Zoom meeting, at which point we had the committee and a number of members of the public. We received a presentation from the Western Zone Physician Recruitment Team of Karma Chakowski and Patty Smith, and they provided us with a link to the Nova Scotia Health Association toolkit. Copies we made available for all councillors earlier today. And on June 28th, our last meeting, we met actually in Chambers, and we had 2 presenters along with 1 member of the public, and we received a great presentation from Ms. Jackie Holborn and Ms. Roseanne Peach regarding the Annapolis Community Health Center Auxiliary, and talked about their roles and responsibilities, some of the equipment they provided, and so on, and we have time for question and answer session discussion. And those have been our meetings to date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Councillor Prout? Have we moved for receive?
I move to receive.
Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. I just had that question, Councillor Prout. I see there's a Western Zone Physician Recruitment Consultants, 2 people. I take it the Western Zone is the Valley and maybe Darwin?
I would say from Windsor right around to
Everywhere.
So there's 2 people that are employed by the Department of Health whose full-time job is to get some physicians down this way. Is that how I read it?
Yes, and Ms. Chakowski works out of Kentville, and Ms. Smith, I believe, out of Bridgewater.
Yes.
Do you know what they do?
I think it would take a long time to describe all that they do because they're really busy, and my heart goes out to them. During the presentation, the first comment was, no one, when you say how many doctors have been recruited in Nova Scotia since, the crisis is coming to full boil, and yet we have fewer doctors. I mean, so many of our doctors are retiring because of the age, and I can speak to someone who's family doctor up until about 4 years ago was in Kingston Medical Clinic. The 2 doctors there probably had over, I would guess, don't quote me, but I would say probably in the vicinity of 6,500 patients between the 2, if not more. That's just a guess. But now, and Councillor Longmire has commented on this, a lot of the newer hires and the younger folks, they're not doing that workload anymore. They want to have a life, and their family wants a life. And so, when we heard, I believe within the last week, the number of people without a doctor in the province is around 69,000. It's gone up. And a combination of factors are there. I have spoken numerous times to Karma Chakowski because she's like our part of Western Zone, and they're working in contact with the Mid-Valley group that Don Hislop is chaired, and there's stuff going on behind the scenes. It's just there's such a need there.
Okay, I was curious about that.
There's lots going on, but a lot of it is behind the scenes.
Okay. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Yeah, there's 70,000 people in this province without a physician, and there's a lot of physicians from the United Kingdom and from different parts of the world that are that were trained, that live here in Nova Scotia, but can't practice because of the College of Physicians in Halifax won't give them a certificate. So I do wonder if these groups, like the one that you're involved in here, shouldn't be getting a hold of the College of Physicians and getting them to lighten up on what the certification that you need, because doctors, my God.
There are a lot of, if you look, when you get a chance to read through this toolkit, there are a number of players from different levels and different points of view. You have Doctors Nova Scotia, you have provincial government, you have universities, you have local groups trying to, it's not that there isn't a lot of work trying to get some of these perhaps obstacles moved to the side or some way to speed up the process. And it's all part of the difficulty.
Seems to me like they need a really good coordinator.
Well, I think that's right.
I know that the Middleton clinic, the doctors at the clinic, or the doctors that were there, are taking in some I don't know how you would say, doctors, or guiding them, or trying to recruit them. I don't know if Councillor Sheridan has any information on that piece.
Councillor Sheridan?
Actually, they just recently started a GoFundMe page. So this is to help out with recruitment, to entice them to come in. They may give them, I don't know what they're going to do with the money, maybe bonuses or whatever. I have no idea yet what they're going to do with the GoFundMe money, but it just recently started the last few days. So you can just research that if you'd like to donate. Go to the GoFundMe page for doctor recruitment. And yeah, that's the newest that I had information. Although the virtual tour is also going to be up and running shortly. I did see the virtual tour at the new clinic. It's amazing. They've done a very professional job, so that will be out there to entice doctors to come in as well.
Do we have any new doctors at the hospital? I heard of one or two.
I believe there's a new ER doctor, but I haven't confirmed that yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a motion on the floor to receive Councillor Crow's report. Had a good discussion. Call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion is carried. There are no late additions. We're going to go in camera. I think we'll take a break, 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll go in camera. And we're going to go in camera. I'll entertain a motion to go in camera to discuss litigation or potential litigation in accordance with Section 22(2)(f) of the Municipal Government Act. If someone got before the moves, seconded by Councillor Longmire. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. We're back at the public part of the meeting of the Committee of the Whole for the County of Annapolis. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Connell, seconded by Councillor Longmire. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much.